you're a trained statistician. So we're looking at perhaps some numbers to welcome Dr. Dorsuma here after Joseph's initial presentation on the stage. You currently work as a manager for climate and green growth at the African Development Bank. You also have over 25 experience in climate policy, integrating climate into policy making. And previously, you worked as expert and research officer for the Observatory of the Sahara and the Sahel. So you're a researcher by background and a manager. So you bring both sort of the research side, but you know how to integrate this into policymaking, which is quite interesting. Thirdly, my dear colleague and friend Geeta Batra, the director of the Independent Evaluation Office of the Global Environmental Facility, is joining us online. She has over 30 years of experience in international development and evaluation. And as I said in the previous session when I introduced her, I'm really looking for Geeta as one of the thought leaders in the field of evaluation. She's co-authored books, and she's one of the most inspiring people to talk to and talk with in terms of how we can move the evaluation field forward, make it more useful for policymakers. Thirdly, Dr. Vijayaraki Vadivelo is also a good friend and the Chief of Corporate and Thematic Evaluations at the UNDP. Again, over a quarter of a century of experience in development policy, applied research and evaluation, and with a PhD in sociology and lots of research experience on governance and gender. And last but not least, our colleague, Dr. Henning Wüster. He is the director of the Initiative for Climate Action Transparency, ICAT, and you're bringing extensive experience in terms of climate policy, sustainable development. You worked previously at IRENA and at the Green Climate Fund, and you had several senior roles within the UN system. So you bring also this UN perspective with us, and you were the special advisor to the UNFCCC Executive Secretary. So, dear colleagues, not sure whether my math is correct, but I think this panel brings about 150 years of professional experience to you. So let's get started with Joseph and your presentation. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Steven. I will speak in French, so if you need the translation, there is a cask here. You can put it. Yeah. OK. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour ou bon après-midi. Je suis très heureux d'être avec vous aujourd'hui à la COP30 pour présenter notre nouveau produit de connaissance, données probantes pour le climat et le développement en Afrique, une synthèse évaluative intersectorielle de la Banque africaine de développement. Je vais articuler ma présentation en 2 points. Premièrement, je vais vous présenter brièvement la structure et le contenu du document. En deuxième partie, j'aborderai les principaux enseignements traduits en termes de messages exécutifs. Et donc, ce document de synthèse capitalise sur 10 années d'expérience dans des secteurs clés comme l'énergie, l'eau, le transport, l'agriculture, pour répondre à une question centrale. Comment l'Afrique peut-elle transformer ses ambitions climatiques en résultats concrets, mesurables et durables pour les populations et pour la planète? Donc, vous voyez que dans chaque secteur, on a différents types d'évaluations que nous avons entrepris, que ce soit dans le transport, dans le changement climatique, la croissance verte, les énergies renouvelables, l'eau et l'agriculture. Donc, il ne s'agit pas seulement de ce qui était prévu, mais de ce qui a fonctionné, de ce qui n'a pas fonctionné et de ce que nous devons changer. Et donc, le produit dont nous parlons ici est effectivement ce document que vous avez. Nous avons placé quelques copies ici. Et vous avez aussi le code pour télécharger le document. Donc, je vais essayer de vous présenter rapidement la structure du document. Le rapport s'ouvre sur une préface de l'évaluatrice générale de la Banque africaine de développement qui expose le défi climatique de l'Afrique et définit le ton du rapport en le positionnant comme un pont entre ambition et résultat. Elle nous rappelle que l'Afrique contribue le moins aux émissions mondiales, mais en subit le plus lourd tribut. Notre défi n'est plus de faire des promesses, mais de passer à l'action. Le résumé exécutif souligne l'urgence. L'Afrique fait face à un défi de financement climatique de 250 milliards de dollars par an. Il présente aussi nos 10 messages clés tirés des évaluations d'AIDEV. Ces messages mettent en lumière ce qui fonctionne, ce qui ne fonctionne pas et ce qui doit changer pour assurer le développement résilient et durable. Il y a une introduction qui explique pourquoi cette synthèse est essentielle aujourd'hui et comment ce travail s'inscrit dans la stratégie décennale de la Banque 2024-2033 et les objectifs de la COP30. Elle souligne le rôle de l'évaluation pour guider des investissements plus intelligents, renforcer ces institutions et promouvoir une action climatique. Vient ensuite le cœur du rapport sur les principales constatations pour l'action et ses messages exécutifs qui forment une véritable feuille de route pour une action climatique efficace. La section données évaluatives par secteur montre comment ces principes se traduisent sur le terrain dans les secteurs de l'énergie, l'eau, le transport et l'agriculture. Enfin, la partie implication transversale pour les politiques, le financement et la mise en œuvre élargit la perspective. La résilience exige plus que de bons projets. Elle exige des institutions fortes, des financements innovants et des partenaires solides. En résumé, ce produit de connaissances est à la fois un miroir qui reflète les leçons de la dernière décennie et une boussole qui guide vers une Afrique résilience inclusive et fondée sur les preuves. Je passerai à la deuxième partie sur les principaux enseignements. Alors, le premier message est simple. La résilience commence dès la conception. Les projets qui intègrent les données climatiques et des matériaux résilients dès le début résistent mieux. Ceux qui ne l'ont pas fait ont souvent nécessité des réajustements coûteux, voire ont échoué. OK. Le deuxième message, c'est la résilience plus forte lorsque les secteurs travaillent de façon holistique. Relier l'énergie, l'eau, le transport et l'agriculture crée des effets multiplicateurs. Travailler en silo, en revanche, réduit l'impact et gaspille des ressources. Avec l'augmentation des financements climatiques, la crédibilité est essentielle. Les évaluations montrent que le suivi des financements et des résultats d'adaptation reste faible et incohérent. Sans métriques claires, fiables et partagées, pas de confiance. Ce qu'on ne mesure pas, on ne peut ni l'améliorer, ni le reproduire à grande échelle. De nombreux investissements échouent non pas à cause de la technologie, mais à cause de la fragilité des institutions ou des opérateurs. Sans gouvernance solide, sans entretien assuré, même la meilleure infrastructure finit par s'effondrer. Cinquièmement, les financements publics ne suffiront pas. Il faut de ce fait mobiliser le secteur privé via des instruments innovants comme les financements mixtes, les obligations vertes, les garanties, avec une règle d'or, le partage équitable des risques. La résilience a un visage humain. La résilience est humaine autant que technique. Les projets conçus avec les communautés, femmes, jeunes, acteurs locaux, sont mieux adaptés, mieux entretenus, plus durables. La résilience, c'est d'abord une question de confiance et d'appropriation. Septièmement, les investisseurs privés ont besoin de stabilité et de transparence. Nous avons l'exemple sud-africain du programme sur les... comment on appelle ça le programme de PIP, l'acquisition, le système d'acquisition pour les producteurs indépendants de l'énergie. Et donc, c'est un exemple qui montre bien comment des règles claires attirent des capitaux massifs. Il faut qu'on repense un peu la question de nos mobilités en termes de transport. Aucun acteur, dans le secteur des transports, je veux dire, tout miser sur la route n'est plus tenable. Il faut diversifier en utilisant les rails, le transport urbain de masse, les voies navigables pour améliorer la collectivité. Moins d'émissions et une meilleure résilience. Il faut par ailleurs construire des systèmes intelligents, pas seulement des routes supplémentaires. Aucun acteur ne peut relever seul le défi climatique. Lorsque gouvernement, partenaires au développement, secteur privé, communauté et société civile conjuguent leurs efforts, la transformation devient possible. Le risque, j'ai déjà parlé de partenariat. Le risque financier, institutionnel et climatique détermine le succès ou l'échec des investissements climatiques. Une gestion proactive des risques doit être au cœur de chaque projet. Et donc, pour conclure, ce produit de connaissances nous rappelle que l'évidence est bien plus qu'une analyse. C'est le moteur le plus puissant de l'action et de la transformation en Afrique. Il nous montre la voie à suivre, c'est-à-dire pour bâtir une résilience durable, l'Afrique doit concevoir de manière intelligente et en intégrant les risques climatiques dès le départ, financer judicieusement en innovant avec prudence et investir profondément dans les personnes et les institutions, là où s'enracinent véritablement les bases de la durabilité pérenne. Chez IDEV, nous en sommes convaincus. Les preuves bâtissent la confiance. Et la confiance attire l'investissement. Alors, à l'heure de la COP30, notre appel est clair. Investissons dans des systèmes, pas dans des silos. Investissons dans la force des populations, pas seulement dans la solidité des infrastructures. Et veillons à ce que chaque dollar climatique construise une résilience qui dure. Merci de votre aimable attention.
Merci, Joseph. C'était super intéressant. Donc, maintenant, je change en anglais parce que ça, c'est un peu plus facile pour moi. I'd like to invite my fellow panelists to the stage. Dr. Dosuma, have a seat, and Dr. Wüste as well. So we just heard a really interesting presentation from the evidence of many studies of the African Development Bank. Thank you, Joseph, for this. So let's move a bit further. Dr. Dosuma, you heard the evidence, and from your extensive experience both in research and in management, I'm sure that you're very well aware of many of those issues. But let's make this a bit more practical. In your experience, how can the African Development Bank achieve to balance Africa's growing needs to get energy access, to push sustainable development, but at the same time move onto sort of a green trajectory, so that you know, the growth that is coming from Africa is going to be carbon neutral, a green growth, but at the same time that you're achieving to give millions of people who still need access to energy, that those people get access to energy. So in your experience, what is the African Development Bank doing, and how can we achieve to get this right? Because this is, of course, important not only for Africa's future, but for the entire world.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank my good friend Joseph for this very insightful presentation on an evidence for climate and development in Africa. This is very critical because as a development institution, we also balance trade-off between development and climate. And as such, we view climate change as a cross-cutting issue, because as you may see in the presentation, it cuts across all the key development sectors, including energy, transport, agriculture, water, etc. And what we have done at the African Development Bank is that beyond having just a development finance strategy for Africa, we have also a dedicated climate change strategic framework. I think this is very critical because it provides us with some guidance, some direction on how the African Development Bank could continue to supporting development across all those sectors in Africa, but at the same time addressing climate change. And the evidence that he has shown is very important for us because it shows that, you know, climate and development are actually the two sides of the same coin. They need to be addressed concomitantly, and they are mutually reinforcing, so we need to keep that in mind. Now, coming to your point, I think the bank as a development finance institution has a comparative advantage. Our comparative advantage is more on deploying financing and providing technical assistance. And we have been doing that over the recent decades. For instance, we have two ways of deploying financing. Number one is to use our development financing instruments, including the Africa Development Fund, which is actually going through a 17 replenishment next month to finance development projects. But we decided that since 2016, we decided that 40% of our development finance support has to be allocated for climate-related interventions. And you know, it was difficult at the beginning, but since 2021 up to now, we have been able to achieve that objective. And I am glad to say that in 2021, we achieved 41%. In 2023, we achieved 55%. And last year, 49%. So it shows that actually there is almost half of our development financing goes to climate-related interventions. And we also, in addition to using our concessional development financing resources for climate action, we also have developed dedicated climate financing tools that provide additional resources in two ways. Number one is to have our internal funds, and we have developed some of them. I'm going to just mention one or two. We have launched 2 years ago what we call a climate action window, a facility under our development financing instrument, the Africa Development Fund, to provide dedicated resources to the 37 low-income countries in Africa, and which are also at the same time the most vulnerable countries in the continent. So as I speak, we have been able to allocate about 400 million US dollars for about 59 projects in those countries. And most of them are on adaptation because those countries need more adaptation finance. We also have introduced some innovations in key sectors, and this is, for instance, energy. In the energy sector, you know that energy access is critical for Africa. As we know, more than 600 million people in the continent still do not have access to modern energy, especially electricity. So we have recently started a new program called Mission 300, a program to at least ensure that 300 million people to 300 additional million people could have access to electricity by 2030. And this is a program that we are championing in partnership with the World Bank. And we are making progress with countries submitting their energy investment, and they are receiving support for that. Another program in the energy sector is a significant one, which we call Desert to Power. You know, all of us know the potential that Africa has on renewable energy, and we need significant investment for that. Just to give you a figure, Africa received only 2% of the 2.8 billion investment in the renewable energy over the last decade. So we need to really ensure that investment could be increased. And this is the reason why we have established the Desert to Power to help create the largest solar zone in the world in the Sahel, because this is a region with significant solar potential, and this potential is not being harnessed. And if we succeed, and this is a 20 billion program to provide electricity to about 250 million people in West Africa and the Sahel. But beyond the energy sector, we are also interested in infrastructure. You may know that 70% of Africa's future infrastructure is yet to be built. And how can we do that in a sustainable way so that we strengthen those infrastructure to be built on a climate resilient way, and also to ensure that they do not produce much greenhouse gases in the system. So we have introduced a program called Alliance for Green Infrastructure in Africa, a 10 billion program to really build resilient green infrastructure across the continent. So to conclude, we have done over the recent years some progress, but we know that the scale of the challenge is huge, and we cannot do that alone as African Development Bank. We need partnership. We need to bring other people on the table, especially on financing. We need to bring in private capital, and we know that private capital is still flowing not much in the continent. We need to create the necessary environment to build that, to build the capacity, and also the enabling environment for attracting more private capital, but also innovative financing tools, such as sustainability-linked loans, sustainable bonds, also carbon financing, which could complement what we are already providing as a concessional financing across the continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's really exciting. So we heard some of the evidence, and now from a more operational perspective, we heard some of the areas where you took those evidence already into account, and also how you will do so in the future. So if we switch now to our virtual panelists, Gita, let's take a let's take a step back again and reflect based on your extensive experience in IFC, in the World Bank, in the GEF, but also initially perhaps from the private sector where you were working. What kind of mechanisms and institutional structure are really supportive of making evidence available and useful for operations, that they can really take those lessons and build them into future projects? So perhaps you can share some reflections on sort of this more meta perspective with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven, and good morning, good afternoon to fellow panelists. The GEF actually has quite a bit of investment in Africa ever since inception, right? The GEF has been in existence since 1992, so that's a good 33 years. And over its history, it has put in over about 30 billion into Africa. Africa is a very important constituency for the GEF. And it's raised quite a bit of co-financing, even though co-financing can be quite a challenge, whether it's of course a lot of government co-financing, but private sector co-financing is also growing, recognizing that donor resources are going to be pretty limited going forward. Projects have been pretty successful. Yes, it's a little lower than the rest of the GEF portfolio, but not a whole lot. You have about 77% success rates in Africa. You've got against an overall of about 80% in the GEF. So it's been improving over time. So where am I going with this? I think the biggest challenge in GEF investments in Africa is in terms of sustainability. And I think you just pointed out, about sustainability. You were talking about making sure investments are sustainable. But this is a challenge because it's about, 55 to 60% of projects are sustainable against a larger number or a bigger number for the rest of the GEF portfolio. And I think this is where the focus needs to be. So the GEF recently has been shifting towards taking a more integrated approach, right? Not a project by project necessarily, but a more integrated approach to address the drivers of environmental degradation even in Africa. And so you have the Global Wildlife Program, you've got interventions making sure that there's socioeconomic co-benefits raised in terms of, SMEs benefiting in Nigeria and Ethiopia. So I think this recognition that, look, you're not going to get the sustainability exclusively with just grant funding. You have to get the private sector involved. It is a challenge. I was recently in Liberia where we've got, the commodities program, value chains, where Liberia is well plugged into the overall value chain commodities program of the World Bank, of GEF, the World Bank and IFC. But again, you have just a couple of private sector people coming to discussion and at the table, whether it's in terms of roundtable forums for palm oil. So getting that private sector intervention is important. And it's doable. Why? Some of the most innovative pilots in conservation finance are being done in Africa, for example, with the World Bank. You have the Rhino Bond, right? The Rhino Bond is a conservation mechanism to preserve the population of rhinos in Africa. But what it has done is it's changing the market. You have Citibank, you have Bank of America realizing how do you bring private finance? But what you do need is still building capacity in terms of, and now there's another bond, the Lima bond. So these are all steps in conservation finance that are being taken with Africa leading the way. But I think still our lessons are really about making sure we build institutional capacity, and institutional capacity not at the ministerial levels, but more at other practicing levels of government, because we know the turnover is much higher at the top. It's also about, again, encouraging, educating private sector for long-term sustainability. And it's not just about getting large companies into value chains. It's about encouraging what's being done in Nigeria and Ethiopia and a few countries, getting the SME sector, getting smallholder agriculture. And I'm sure my colleague Vijaya from UNDP can talk to this, because we've had a few successful UNDP projects in this space. So I think there's there's a lot of hope, there's a lot of opportunity, and there's a lot of success to learn from in Africa from the Jeff portfolio. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. This was a very comprehensive picture, and I think it really sets the stage for Vijaya and your intervention from UNDP's perspective. You've been leading a lot of evaluations with them, and I was wondering, you know, we heard from Geeta some really exciting examples, and also from Dr. Dosuma, where Africa is the place of innovation, the place of solutions. So from your perspective, how can evaluation evidence help to position the continent as a leader in climate adaptation and sustainable just transitions? Perhaps you can share a few thoughts with us.
Yeah, thank you, Sven, and thanks, Joseph, for the excellent presentation, and for Hosuma for your reflections. I just, as Geeta said, I had similar points about private sector engagement, drawing from UNDP's evaluations as for similar to other agencies we heard. For UNDP also, Africa is a major area of work. I think more than 55% of all the work of UNDP gets done in Africa. So I also would like to bring in one of the perspectives we did not hear so far about conflict-affected countries. UNDP also works in all the conflict-affected countries in the region, and their perspective also is very critical in bringing into this discussion on climate financing and what are the modalities that would work. Just a couple of thoughts before taking on your question on what evaluations can do. The lessons we are constantly hearing from our evaluations is that we should not assume that co-benefits automatically happen. There need to be more considered investment in ensuring that co-benefits happen. That's what our evaluations are telling. There are good examples. I just don't want to repeat what Geeta has already mentioned, but wherever it worked, there was considerable attention paid to making things happen and not leaving them to serendipity and things coming up on their own as co-benefits. And also about the concept of proof, I would like to just flag this for also other panelists and participants to discuss about how can we ensure that some of these models which we are talking about make sense to government and the private sector so that they have confidence to invest. Sometimes these are in theory very interesting, but we are still not able to demonstrate in a more practical way how they can happen and how governments and private sector can wade through them. And in the conflict-affected countries, I think the disparities are very huge in their ability to access climate financing. There are studies which says how staggering the difference is in terms of conflict-affected countries able to access climate financing. I don't know, Hosuma, whether he looked at this aspect as part of their bank. One of the studies of UNDP shows that conflict-affected countries receive $2 per capita, while non-conflict affected countries receive about $160 per capita. So this is huge, and given their institutional constraints and crisis and other multiple issues, how are they able to access this climate financing and address some of these challenging issues? There are successful examples. I will pick something which Geeta did not touch. Sudan, where even in between conflict, they were able to get blended financing and able to do solar irrigation. So, but not many conflict-affected countries have learned from those examples. So Sven, now I'll go to the question you asked about what evaluations can do. There's a lot evaluations can do and must do. And particularly unpacking the motivations and concerns of those involved in transitions, especially across public and private sectors. Programs often seem to make assumptions that do not always play out in practice, or have only a partial understanding of incentives and disincentives. Our evaluations have flagged this as a weaker area. For example, many programs assume investors will be interested and motivated to a social good when presented with analysis and returns on their investment. But in reality, it doesn't work that way, because not much attention is paid to governance and other policy environment issues that put off investors. So these are some of the things I think evaluations can constantly bring to the attention of programs and policymakers. If I have a couple of minutes, two more points, when evaluations can also demonstrate what adaptation and resilience look like in practice. We find that this is a big challenge. While international actors, donors, academics, and NGOs talk about resilience, talk about adaptation, the ambiguity is still there, and governments and private sector are not able to get their heads around this. How can we present more successful cases in a meaningful way that's easily picked up by policymakers and practitioners, like the synthesis Joseph was presenting? How can we help them put across? I think evaluations can do that. And my last point on this, there are certain things that are overlooked when we approach adaptation from a technical point of view. For example, the whole inclusion issue of those informal sector, which Geeta was talking about, how they should be integrated into this process, because often they are left out of the national statistics. I think evaluations can highlight these groups, and the evaluation analysis can provide opportunities for a more inclusive transition process. I will stop here.
Thank you, Vijaya. Very, very interesting points that you make, and also thank you for sharing some of the evidence on drivers of resilience and co-benefits. I think that those were very important points. So, Henning, if we turn to you, your organization has the word transparency in its name. So perhaps you can start for those of us who are maybe not as familiar as some others with ICAT, what ICAT's work entails, and then continue and share from your work, what have we learned about which African climate interventions are truly scalable. So, but please first enlighten us about ICAT a bit.
Thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I also want to thank the other speakers, and especially Joseph, for a very nice presentation. Certainly will read the study with a lot of interest. I think very important that we crucially need now moving forward. ICAT is the Initiative for Climate Action Transparency, and we've just celebrated our 10th anniversary. We were created at the time of the adoption of the Paris Agreement to support developing countries in their transparency efforts. Since transparency plays a very central role in the Paris Agreement, and it was clear that many developing countries, perhaps most of the developing countries, are not ready to use transparency in the way that is envisaged in the Paris Agreement. And we are focusing on action transparency. That's the A in ICAT, which really links evidence to policy making. And that notion of evidence-based, data-driven policies is really what we are focusing on. We've developed a toolbox of methodologies, guides, and tools that countries are utilizing to advance on their transparency agenda. And we have now seen with this third round of NDCs that more and more countries are actually getting there. I think we've certainly, one of the lessons from looking at the NDCs is that the quality of NDCs has considerably improved, and we feel that that is also due to the fact that a lot of them have now been based on some sound analysis, on much better data, but it's work in progress. It's not all done yet, and I want to perhaps highlight some of the aspects where we see that replicability that you asked me to focus on. I mean, let me just mention that transparency is, of course, often seen as the basis for reporting, but we really emphasize the fact that it needs to be there at the outset when NDCs are developed, when targets are set, but then even more important, and that is the agenda for many countries in the coming year, when NDCs are to be implemented. And I think I can pick up from some of the points made by previous speakers. Engaging the private sector is one of the critical challenges that requires sound data and good transparency. Since we mainly work with environment ministries who are in charge of transparency, for them the challenge starts with engaging the sectoral line ministries. It's those sectoral line ministries that in the end actually implement policies and implement whatever is needed to achieve NDC targets. And that engagement is already a critical step. So one of the approaches that has been very successful has been a sectoral approach. We've rolled it out very successfully in Uganda, starting there with the transport and waste sector. And it meant looking at all the data that is needed from a transparency perspective, starting with the emission inventories, looking at emission projections under various scenarios, and then going into policies and measures and assessing those policies and measures and developing an NDC tracking framework for the sector. So that has been very successful because it was work done by the Environment Ministry, but together with the Line Ministry and in a way that was very engaging. And so Uganda was very happy with that. And actually it was then the Energy Ministry that said, oh, we want the same. Please, can you replicate that and do this also with for the energy sector. We've now, that's work underway. Uganda also now asked us to help them build the institutional framework, build the legal basis for actually turning ad hoc data collection into something constant and consistent over a long time. And we have rolled out a similar approach in Namibia, also looking at the energy sector, and other countries are following the example. So this is one of the approaches that we feel is replicable and can help African countries go into the implementation agenda. But let me highlight one other aspect. And I mentioned that our focus is on evidence-based policies. And so the one set of methodologies that we have put out is to guide policy assessments, assessing policies for impact, both impact in terms of greenhouse gas emission reductions, but also development impacts. And we feel that countries will need that kind of assessment to be able to approach financial institutions. And it's the information that is most interesting to anybody who is interested in financing it. And so this has been something that we've successfully rolled out in many countries. Let me mention Zimbabwe, where we've had a very interesting project focusing on renewable energy policies. And the assessment basically revealed that the policies and measures that Zimbabwe had in place 2 years ago when they did the study would only achieve 50% of the target that they have set in their NDC. So it was a good basis to actually get back to the drawing boards and move into other policy areas in order to fill the gap. We've done this also in Eswatini. Eswatini, based on the policy assessment, now has developed a biofuels policy, which is close to being adopted. And since the potential for biofuels in Eswatini is really significant, it would, in our view, enable a lot of climate action, and it would enable to unlock investment that is currently not happening at the scale that is required. So let me just mention those two examples and to give you a little flavor of what we're doing. But I could also talk about climate finance transparency, because that's an additional area of work that we have covered, and we have a methodology that we published over a year ago, and that is now being applied in several African countries, in Cote d'Ivoire, in Senegal, Morocco. Now Comoros is applying it, and it is a systematic assessment of the climate finance landscape in the country, so that based on that understanding, climate finance strategy can be developed and implemented. And let me end by inviting colleagues to join these efforts. I think it would be great to have the African Development Bank engaged in some of those activities, because I think it's good to get the practical experience from the African Development Bank to the stakeholders that are doing this work on the ground, but it's also good for the African Development Bank to learn from the assessments that are underway. So I think there's a win-win opportunity to actually connect communities that are working more or less on the same topic, but are very much disconnected. Thank you.
Thank you, Henning. Before we move to a quick second round of questions, just like to see whether there are any comments or questions from the audience at this stage. I'm going to give you 30 seconds, 10 seconds to think. If some of the colleagues, oh yes, great. Let me come.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very interesting presentation. Thank you on the report. I just wanted to ask if there's going to be another round of intervention. Okay, sorry. Okay, Richard Jones from the Met Office Hadley Centre in the UK. I was just interested if there are any examples that you've got, and maybe you can bring anything on this out in the next round of comments, that you're doing on links between climate and health in terms of improving the development outcomes from some of the interventions that you are looking at. So I would just be interested in any experiences or any information you have on any health-related activities you're involved in.
Okay, great. I'm not a speaker, just a moderator. But while perhaps my fellow panelists reflect on your remark, I can just tell you that we did a big study on Germany's supportive climate change adaptation, and also to mitigation. And we looked at sort of Germany's strategies. One of the studies is already 2 years old, so maybe something changed there. But we unfortunately found that at least for Germany's development cooperation, there were virtually no links between the climate crisis and health. I mean, health for Germany's development cooperation as a starter is not a priority area, unfortunately. But even in the climate strategies that we analyzed, health effects of the climate crisis, surprisingly, were not very prominent. So you're touching a very important and sensible point there.
Okay, yeah, I can respond to this. And indeed, it's not an area that's well developed, but we have had another project in Eswatini where we worked with Eswatini on indicators for their health adaptation efforts. So that was developed with the health authorities and of course, the Environment Ministry, and it's now the basis for starting to collect data. So that's for Eswatini. We've done work on the health sector in Argentina, so not in Africa, and there it was very much focused on actually looking at the greenhouse gas emissions of health facilities. So that was a demand from the health sector there, and to see how health facilities, which are quite significant in terms of their emission profile, can be the emissions can be addressed in a way that actually improves the sustainable energy position of health facilities in Argentina. And we are currently establishing a project for Nigeria. They have developed a national health adaptation plan, and have asked for ICAT support on developing the M&E framework for that. So we are working with them, and they also told us that they have over 6,000 health facilities that they do want to, where they want to change the energy setup and then also assess the emissions profile of those health facilities.
Quickly, I know that it's an emerging issue, the nexus between health and climate. But I know that 2 years ago at COP28, we personally at the African Development Bank, we subscribed to a statement, a declaration on health and climate. And I know that after that, we have been able to translate that into our own operations. We have in the bank a dedicated department on human development and human and social development, with a strong focus on health as a development sector. But now we see that more and more health projects that the bank is developing try to incorporate climate dimensions. Just one example, I know that some health facilities recently supported by the bank in Africa have included elements related to powering those health centers by renewable energy sources. So I think it's a first start, but with dedicated focus on that sector, I believe we'll be doing more progress on that area. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, please.
I just want to add that HiDev just published his last edition of Evaluation Matter. And in that edition, we have an interesting article linking the mental health with climate change. So it will be good to take a look on the article. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. So let's go to the second round of questions. And you hired a German moderator here, so I'm going to be very strict on timing because we only have 20 minutes left, and some of us have appointments right after this session. So let me start again with you, Alhamdu. based on AFDB's experience, what innovation are proving the most effective in aligning national development plans with climate smart interventions? So, and where would you see you would need more evidence? So what is sort of the area for innovation to align those plans? But also perhaps a call to some of the evaluators being present here and online. Where do you need to get more data from us so that you can take better decisions? And if you can do this in 2 minutes, I would be very pleased.
Thank you. I like this start of keeping on time. Yes, several innovations have been introduced recently in our institution. You know, we are supporting a lot of African countries to develop their nationally determined contributions, their national adaptation plans, but also their long-term strategies on climate change. One innovation is that we are championing is really to align their national development plans with those national climate policies. That for us is very critical because climate change cannot be addressed in isolation from the development strategies. And the evidence already has shown that climate change mainstreaming could not be an afterthought. It should be. We should start with it at the design of our operations, and we are already innovating in that area. We have been the first NDB to introduce a climate screening tool to screen all our operations for climate risk and for adaptation opportunities. So we are already doing that. On the policy side, we have set a very strong target that all our new country strategies have to be based on climate-informed considerations. So the target is actually driving our effort. And finally, and on that one, when we do country dialogues with our regional member countries, we include climate change as part of the dialogue. So it's not isolated. We discuss that with our country economies, and we take that forward when we go to mission in the countries to see how are the key elements on climate change that they want to be reflected in their strategies with us. Finally, on financing, a lot of innovations, new tools, new financing tools have been introduced to provide more resources, as I said earlier. But I think moving forward, we need to do more in strengthening those tools in order to bring in more resources. So far, we use our own resources. We do co-finance projects with our partners like the JEF, the GCF, etc. But yet, the demands are significant, and we need to attract more resources for that. So blended finance instruments are being introduced also to address that challenge. Finally, your point on data. Of course, we need data. And Africa is a continent where data is a critical challenge. Access to data, access to high quality, reliable, and usable data is a challenge. And sometimes there is a fragmentation of data. So we need to also address that challenge. And that's, for instance, climate data is very critical. We have been supporting many African countries and our regional climate centers to build data capabilities for them to provide evidence for decision making, for countries to use data to mainstream climate change in the development planning processes, etc. But it's work in progress, and I believe this is an area where a lot of progress is yet to be done in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Geeta, following on Alhamdu's last point, from a Jeff perspective, what can the climate and environmental funds do to support the production and use of data and build evaluative capacities in African countries with your African partners? And perhaps a quick side note from my personal experience, I very much agree with you that it's a big challenge. At the same time, I used to work a bit with mobile network operators in several African countries, 6, 7 African countries. And there in the private sector, you have lots of data, really smart people knowing how to use and analyze the data. So when we're talking about private sector engagement, for me, this is also an area where we can engage, where we can use private sector expertise of sort of using the data, because they're really, you know, the M-Pesas and Tigos of this world, MTNs, they're world class in this. So after this side intervention, Geeta, what can we do about evaluation capacity development?
Thanks, Sven. And I think a lot is said, but I just think that, investing more in national and regional evaluation units, right? So that countries have more kind of permanent teams. It's not like just project level M&E. I think there has to be a good investment in making sure it's a function that's sustainable too. Supporting training and mentorship, of course. I mean, now there's a lot of work going on with Africa Clear Centers. The evaluation capability is being built quite a bit. You have the AFRIA, the Evaluation Association, realizing and taking on this challenge. Strengthening national data systems, right? All countries report to the conventions, whether it's on biodiversity, on climate. So just making sure that the data collection efforts are interoperable, right? So that you're not wasting time collecting it in parallel. So it's a little more coordination in data collection. Embedding African evaluators in real-time evaluations. And I think this is something we're trying to do a lot in our office. In fact, we're training as we go. We're trying to build local capacity by using evaluators from the continent, right? As opposed to just sending international teams all the time, because this is important to build local capability. South-South learning is a given. And in fact, the Jeff CEO brought several ministers from Africa to Costa Rica to see how, and yesterday you mentioned how Costa Rica has actually led quite a bit in, protected area management, etc. And so there was this actual hands-on learning that took place. And this has been mentioned by colleagues, about policy coherence, right? And I think this is a very, very key area to work on, because you cannot just focus on ministries of environment anymore. The funds are placed with ministries of finance or economic ministries, and they have to also understand the importance of bringing different ministries to drive policy coherence. And I think the evaluation can play a role. To give examples, and you just talked about impact, regulatory impact assessments, etc., of how that's worked, what has been the impact of different climate regulations, just educating and showing that bringing ministries together, it's really imperative. And finally, I think learning from failure is as important as learning from good projects. So what didn't work? Why didn't work? Bringing back these feedback loops. And I think we shouldn't shy away from learning, because development and environment is a tricky business, right? Otherwise, we would have all solved the world's problems by now. So I think more and more, if anything, learning from the projects that didn't do as well is as important as learning from the ones that actually have performed very well. I just want to go back to one question that was raised on environment and health.
Yes, please.
The Jeff looks at chemicals and waste management and its impact on health, pollution prevention and clean technologies, and we're doing more evaluation in this space. After COVID, we looked a lot at the link between biodiversity and zoonotic disease prevention by supporting conservation, land management, reduction of habitat generation. We have quite a bit of evidence there. And of course, on climate adaptation and resilience. So we've kind of built and are working more on building these links between and the evidence between environment and health. And we have a couple of papers on our website. I'll stop there. Thanks, Sven.
Thank you, Geeta. Before we move on to the next two speakers, we've got, I think, one or two questions from two questions even from the audience. So please go ahead. Try to be concise, but please introduce yourself quickly.
Thank you. My name is Andrew de Block. I'm a member of parliament in South Africa. We last year signed into law the Climate Change Act in South Africa, which, among other things, gives sectoral targets, so transport, energy, water, carbon budgets essentially for different sectors of South African industry and society. In terms of crowding and funding and evaluating whether those budgets have been met or measuring those emissions targets, should that capacity be developed in each sector? Should it be centralized under the Ministry of Environment? Should we outsource that to an expert grouping to give that credibility? What would be best for the investment, the credibility to crowd in that private investment as well? Thank you.
That's great. Let's take the second question as well.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Jafet. I'm from Tanzania. I work with Wetend International, Tanzania office. I'm very interested on the issue of climate policy. The guy from African Development Bank presented. Yes, I saw in Tanzania, African Development Bank are investing a lot in terms of infrastructure, but I could not see on issues of policy and also issues of and the other issues. And now he's talking about climate financing strategy. Maybe I could ask him if Tanzania can be one of the countries that maybe you are going to support, because for me, I was part of the NDC team who developed Tanzania NDC, National Development Contribution. So I would be happy if African Development Bank also will come on the ground to support issues of NDC and the other policies, particularly on finance like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I would propose the first question from South Africa. We can take this offline if this is fine for you, because we have a project for the last 12 years now on Africa, building evaluation capacity in Latin America and in Africa, and I'm happy to talk with you about this. Perhaps, do you want to respond quickly to the question from our colleague in Tanzania?
Quickly, yes, I think beyond climate financing, we have been also supporting a lot of work on policies. And maybe the policy work is not most visible compared to the one on financing projects, but let me give you an example of what we have been doing, for instance, in aligning NDCs with national development plans. Probably, I think Tanzania will be in the next row of countries to be supported, but we did some work in Uganda, for instance, to help them, do a stock take of what they have done in the context of their current NDC to inform the development of the NDC 3.0 that was prepared for this COP30. Similarly, in Burkina Faso, we have helped the country translate their NDC into an investment plan to attract financing. In Ethiopia, we worked with them to develop financing proposals based on the project idea included in their NDCs in order to go out and leverage additional resources. Mozambique, we did the same work. So there is a lot of work going on. For instance, on LTS's long-term strategy, I know that there is a lot of focus on NDCs, but countries have also committed to develop, economy-wide strategies on climate change under the Paris Agreement. To date, I think around only 10 countries in Africa have developed such strategies, and we have supported recently 4 countries in Africa to develop their visions, their long-term visions for decarbonizing their economies, and also ensure that their 5-year NDCs are aligned with a long-term plan. These include, for instance, a country like Gabon, Botswana, Lesotho, and Namibia. So it's a work in progress, and we have in the pipeline a program to enhance that, to expand that to other countries starting next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alhamdu. So, Vijaya, over to you. So, maybe in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you to share perhaps just one innovation that, based on your recent work on climate adaptation, energy access, biodiversity, one innovation that shows promise for scaling up locally led, evidence-based adaptation efforts in Africa. So what is sort of, do you have a silver bullet for us, or just one thing that is really exciting that you want to share with the audience here in Belen?
Yeah, thanks, Sven. I think one example I would like to share from UNDP's approaches is around linking public services such as social protection, agricultural extension, and even private financing to community adaptation plans. We have several examples where this seems to be very promising. These have also concretely shown what adaptations look like for the practitioners and what services are needed, and have seen some scale up as well. I'll stop here in the interest of time, but happy to elaborate.
Excellent. Many things. This is definitely an exciting innovation. So, Henning, last question goes to you now, and also please be concise. You already touched upon the issue of data system and institutional collaboration, but perhaps you can elaborate a bit more what we need to credibly measure and report and verify climate progress. As we heard all over this discussion, that this is really needed to attract greater investment, and from our own studies we know that there and as we heard from all the speakers here, there are issues in terms of the data that we have. So perhaps you can share just a few brief last thoughts with us on that issue.
Thank you. Yeah, I can just briefly highlight the key aspects, and I think in terms of data availability, it is a challenge for African governments, and it's good that you mentioned that the private sector and many other parts of society are actually quite active and engaged. So I see a huge potential actually for Africa to overcome this hurdle. But data for the governments need to be embedded in institutional arrangements and ideally based on some legal framework. So that is for me a key starting point. But then you also need to be organized to actually utilize the data, because the nicest data is useless if you put it on your shelves, and it needs to be utilized in driving policy processes, which means engaging sectoral line ministries, engaging finance and planning ministries, and making sure that the data that you collect and analyze is actually useful in a way that it engages those sectors. And then last but not least, of course, also the private sector. We have talked about renewable energy, and while the global average is 20% public and 80% private finance, for Africa it's more 60% public and 40% private. So there is something that shows why it cannot be scaled up, and I think policy frameworks are a key way of overcoming it. But I want to end by again talking also to the financial institution evaluation community and encourage them to engage. I really liked one of your first points of the study, that what is needed is more than projects. And I think getting out of the focus on project finance and project M&E and making an effort to link projects and project M&E to NDCs, to policies, programmatic approaches, and the programmatic MRV that is emerging is, I think, something that I really would encourage you to try to do more actively. And we are certainly happy from ICAT to engage with partners on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Henning. And with this call for more collaboration, we are ending this session. Esteemed colleagues, I think we heard from the panelists, from the presentation, that we do have evidence. We know in some areas what works. We heard from the panelists online that we need to learn from successes, but we also need to be learning from failures, and we have some of those lessons at our desk, at our hands, to improve policy making, to improve decisions. We heard from operations that this is already happening. but still there's some big challenges ahead. Data availability, specifically in the public sector, working closer together with the private sector, and as you said, coming really together, such as here in Belen, as an international community, to work together to fight the climate crisis is essential to move forward. So thank you for joining us this morning. It was a pleasure to be your bus driver, and we arrived on time. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, for the speakers, just stay on with the camera on. We will do a group photo also with you.
Et
Allô, Lise? Hi, Sonia.
Volume.
Yes, I'm already, I've connected the laptop. The laptop is here.
Okay.
Huh? So, what about the interpretation? Is all good? Or they need still to be assigned? I see.
So maybe, Fatima, I think we've been discussing this, but maybe if you could just confirm that the interpreters are assigned their appropriate roles, so they should be able to interpret. Can I ask what the names of the interpreters are, just so we can assign them appropriately? So maybe if you can put in the chat the names of the interpreters, and then all will be assigned.
Hold on, Liz, I don't think you are the one assigning. The previous session was directly from them because they have a platform here. You see, there is another laptop where they have the remote interpreter. So Deville, she's connected, but she's not like physically connected. I know she cannot communicate with that. Let me just write in the chat for when we need to assign the interpreter. I think Deville is the one doing it.
And when you don't speak, please mute yourself. Okay, a very warm welcome, a heated welcome, that is, to this session on data for climate action, evidence from climate-induced migration in Libya, Egypt, Iraq, and at the regional level. Thanks so much for joining us today. Why are we organizing this? My name is Susanne Melde. I work for the International Organization for Migration. For us, it's important to look at solutions for people to move, for people on the move, but also to stay. And several of the areas where we work on include data. That's our first priority, but also other aspects like advocacy and policy. Today's event will focus on data as a foundation for informed decision-making and planning in relation to climate policies. We are going to hear some interesting examples from the 3 countries I mentioned on data initiatives at the national level, but then also at the regional level. So I will introduce the speakers as we go along, if that is okay with you. We will start with the Honorable Minister, Dr. Al-Arabi Munir from the Ministry of Environment, and he's also the chairman of the National Climate Change Committee in the state of Libya. So, Minister, I'll pass you the floor, and I understand there's also a PowerPoint. Please note that he will present in Arabic, so if you need interpretation, there are headphones there for those of you here in the room. On the chair back there. Honorable Minister, you have the floor. Always what happens. He was connected until just now. There's some slight issues. Just try to give it a few minutes. Maybe in the meantime, I will introduce the other speakers. We will then, after the minister, hear from Mr. Mohammed Hassan Felfel. He's the director of the General Administration for Climate Change Risk Studies in the Egyptian cabinet, and he works in the Information and Decision Support Center. And then we'll hear from Dr. Raya Mohammed Khadim. He's the head of adaptation diversity, I'm sorry. Division, sorry, I can't read my own notes. National Climate Change Center of the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Iraq. It's a pleasure to have you here in person. And then we have Tracy Sani, who's the Botswana focal point of the Global Center for Climate Mobility, and she'll talk to us a bit about the cross-regional and continental approach. Maybe we will give it a few more minutes, and otherwise we'll start with the second speaker. Then maybe in the meantime,
I'm ready. I'm ready if our first colleague cannot connect right now, maybe I can start if you want.
Yes, please. Then Mr. Mohammed Hassan Felfel, if you from the Arab Republic of Egypt, if you want to go ahead. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the IOM for this opportunity for being participants in this important session. Actually, it was my pleasure to be with you, and I wish I was able to join in person in Pavilion, Brazil, and I missed this opportunity actually, but it can be done online. I hope that COP30 everything is going okay, and we hope that we can get fruitful discussions and also successful practices of of the COP30 and successful decisions for our future and our world. Uh, uh, Actually, if I start, I would like to give like a brief about the country context of Egypt regarding the climate change impacts on mobility and livelihoods. We have different aspects of the impacts of climate change, including the pressures of climate change on the agricultural sector, the economic sector, the tourism, the roads, every sector is affected, and also we have different aspects of the extreme weather events as one of the aspects of climate changes happening, the sea level rise, and also the salinization, the water scarcity. So if we talk about the area like the delta in the northern part of Egypt, it is actually under pressure because the Nile Delta, it is one of the most important agricultural heartland in Egypt and home to over 40% of population, is a climate change hotspot. And we are facing a triple threat: the sea level rise and salinization, the water scarcity, and also the extreme heat. The impact of on livelihoods: when agricultural land becomes unproductive or water becomes too scarce, rural livelihoods are shattered, and this creates a powerful push factor, actually primarily leading to internal migration from the delta and rural areas to cities like other areas. For example, the major cities or mega cities in Egypt, like Cairo. This can amplify the problems of urban consequences regarding the unplanned movement places, also the immense strain on urban infrastructure, housing, and social services, potentially creating new pockets of vulnerability. So it is important to know how to improve the data collection as a national priority of the impact of climate change on the types and patterns of migration in Egypt. Actually, it is a very, very important issue that we can no longer rely on assumptions. We need robust data to answer critical questions like how many people are moving, from where and to where, and what is the precise weight of climate sensors, among other drivers like economics, for example. Also, it is a very important source for informing the national climate agenda. Includes the National Climate Change Strategy 2050 that was presented in the COP27 in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh city, 3 years ago. Also, the NDC, the Egyptian NDC, prioritize adaptation. So we need to know more about the patterns of immigration that are related to climate hazards. We cannot effectively adapt if we don't understand human mobility patterns. This leads us to think in a different way, like adapting the proactive planning, not the reactive response. So these data allows us to anticipate migration hotspots, plan for receiving areas, and develop targeted support for people at risk or population at risk before they are forced to move. This is smarter and more efficient, and also more humane. This is why the Egyptian country has a number of key initiatives that feature data for a multi-pronged approach to fill the data gap, the data gaps, like the National Climate-Induced Migration Survey. It is a very important flagship initiative, one of the first its kind in Egypt, and also it is a specialized nationally representative survey to design quantifying the link يعني it depended on directly ask households about their migration experiences and perceptions of environmental shocks like soil salinity and drought and different other patterns of extreme weather events that we may face in some specific hotspot areas. Also to identify vulnerability profiles to determine which socioeconomic groups like females, households, landless farmers who are the most at risk, and to map the trajectories to understand destination choices and to identify those who move and those who stay and so on. This also needs to that we need to improve a specific approach, like for example, the displacement tracking matrix that in cooperation with the main stakeholders, one of the main stakeholders on the international level is the Organization of Migration, the International Organization Migration or IOM, that caused displacement, providing real-time data for humanitarian response, and also the climate vulnerability index mapping, as we are layering geospatial data on climate risks like sea level rise, for example, and water stress with socioeconomic. And this is done by one of the most important successful projects for the enhancing climate adaptation in the northern area of Egypt and the Delta area. So it's important to talk about these initiatives as a leading successful practice for determining what are the impacts and climate vulnerabilities, and to understand the link between this and the internal patterns of migration in Egypt. Are you hearing me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Felfel. That was a very interesting presentation on both the context of vulnerability and being a hotspot of climate change impacts in Egypt, but also how you're using different data collection tools to enhance anticipatory action and preparedness. So really plan ahead, know where. Okay, if you can just mute yourself, Minister, just for a second. I'll pass you the floor in 2 minutes. Yeah, just to say that Egypt really highlighted how they anticipate and are better prepared for events to happen in the future and how different tools are used. So thanks so much for sharing that experience from Egypt. Now we'll move to Libya. I think the Honorable Minister Dr. Ibrahim Al-Arabi Munir is now there. He's the Minister of Environment and the Chairman of the National Climate Change Committee. Dear Minister, you have the floor. Please go ahead. And for those in the room here, he will speak in Arabic. So please, if you need English interpretation, headphones in the back.
أحييكم جميعا الإخوة المستمعين والمشاهدين. أحييكم من ليبيا ومن عاصمة البحر الأبيض المتوسط طرابلس. وفي هذه السانحة أشكركم جزيل الشكر على منحنا فرصة للتحدث عن وضع تغير المناخ وعلاقته بالهجرة. في الحقيقة سأبدأ الآن بالمقدمة. خلال السنوات الحقيقة الماضية شهدت ليبيا العديد من الظواهر الجوية المتطرفة، خصوصا السيول المفاجئة والتي أودت بحياة الآلاف من البشر قبل نحو عامين في مدينة درنا. وأيضا تفاجأنا بموجات من الحر وحرائق الغابات، الأمر الذي لم يكن معهودا في ليبيا لعشرات السنين. وليبيا اليوم تواجه ربما فترة حرجة جدا من تأثيرات تغير المناخ، خصوصا فيما يخص الجفاف وتصحر وندرة المياه. وحقيقة يعني جرينا بعض الأبحاث في وزارة البيئة لفهم هذه الظاهرة، ظاهرة تغير المناخ. وأيضا المنظمة الدولية للهجرة في ليبيا ربما كان لها دراسات في هذا الخصوص وتأثير تغير المناخ والنزوح والهجرة، سواء من الداخل أو من خارج ليبيا. وحقيقة تم تحقيق ذلك من خلال جمع بيانات ميدانية وتحليل المصادر المتاحة، واستخدام أيضا الاستشعار عن بعد وتنفيذ مجموعة تركيز وتظهير أو تظهر النتائج أن المهاجرين خصوصا من دول النيجر وتشاد والسودان يواجهون صعوبات كبيرة في الحصول على الغذاء بسبب عدم الاستقرار الاقتصادي وتغير المناخ وضعف شبكات الدعم الاجتماعي. ومن هذا المبدأ فقد نشأت عدة مبادرات رئيسية. فمنذ عام 2016 تقوم المنظمة الدولية للهجرة بجمع بيانات أولية شهرية من خلال مجموعة من الأدوات المتخصصة، ما يسمح بإجراء تقييمات حول الصدمات المرتبطة بالمناخ وشح المياه وانعدام الأمن الغذائي. ويتضمن الفريق ما يقارب 112 باحثا ميدانيا مدربين وموزعين في جميع البلديات 106 في ليبيا. وأستطيع أن أقول اليوم لدينا ما يقارب 180 بلدية، من العدد زاد عن تاريخ إنشاء هذه الدراسة. كما أن برامج الاستقرار المجتمعي التابعة منظمة الهجرة الدولية قد أجرت تقييمات للفترات والهشاشة في مختلف أنحاء ليبيا، ونفذت خطط عمل مصممة لدراسة هذه التأثيرات. والآن سأنتقل إلى عرض شرائحي. سأحاول أن أختصر في عجالة. لا أعرف هل أنتم في الاستماع أم لا؟ لا أعرف إذا أحس أن
Yes,
هناك
we can hear
اختلاف في
you.
الصوت. الآن دخلنا في مشاركة الشاشة شير سكرين. هل الأمور جيدة لديكم؟
إي نعم أستاذ، جيدة، شكرا.
على كل
Yes, we can
كما
see the screen.
ذكرت فإن ليبيا تواجه أسوأ يعني تأثيرات مناخية يمكن أن تراها على الكرة الأرضية. فليبيا من ناحية توفر المياه الصالحة للشرب حقيقة نحن من أسوأ 6 دول على وجه الأرض، حيث حصة الفرد لا تتجاوز 1000 متر مكعب سنويا، وهذا سوري لا تتجاوز 120 متر مكعب سنويا، لا يساوي حتى ربما عشر ما هو موجود في متوسط دول العالم. حقيقة كان لهذه منظمة الهجرة الدولية هناك أهداف مشتركة، من ضمنها تعزيز التنسيق في مبادرات وبيانات المناخ، وأيضا تبادل بيانات المناخ وإعداد نماذج. فالهدف الاستفادة من بيانات المناخ والهجرة الدولية حقيقة شملت بعض النقاط، من بينها وجود بيانات شاملة تقوم المنظمة الدولية للهجرة بجمع البيانات في جميع البلديات 100 أو في ليبيا، وقد أنشأت قاعدة بيانات قوية. وهناك أيضا خرائط جغرافية وصور الأقمار الصناعية، حيث قامت المنظمة الدولية للهجرة بتكليف مختصين بإعداد ملفات وتحليلات للاستشعار عن بعد في جميع أنحاء ليبيا. ثم تم تحليل أو إنشاء تحليلات متعددة النطاقات تشمل قابلية التأثر بالمناخ وصولا إلى الإجراءات الاستباقية. وهنا ربما نشاهد في هذه الخريطة التحول الذي حدث في ارتفاع درجات الحرارة طيلة 15 عاما الماضية منذ 2010، حيث نجد أن هناك الكثير حقيقة من المناطق تأثرت تأثرا كبيرا، وهناك ارتفاعات غير مسبوقة لارتفاع درجات الحرارة. والدراسة حقيقة يعني عندما أجريت قسمت إلى 6 مجموعات جغرافية في ليبيا تم اختيارها استراتيجيا لخصائصها الجيوفيزيائية، بما في ذلك شرق ليبيا وغرب ليبيا والجفرة والكفرة ومنطقة جنوب ليبيا ومنطقة غات في أقصى الجنوب الغربي الليبي. فمن ناحية المنطقة الغربية والتي تشمل طرابلس وما حواليها، تظهر الخرائط حقيقة التفاقم المستمر لموجات الجفاف والحر، حيث تظهر المناطق الملونة باللون الأحمر الغامق أعلى مستويات الخطورة، وتعاني فيها النباتات من ضرر بالغ، بينما تشح فيها المياه بشكل حاد. وتبدو الآثار واضحة في تلف واختفاء الغطاء النباتي وانخفاض إنتاج المحاصيل واعتمادنا المتزايد على المياه الجوفية التي لا يمكن تعويضها، خاصة في المناطق الساحلية، والتي أصبح يمثل خطرا على مستقبلنا، حيث قد تستنفذها إلى الأبد. من ناحية وبالنسبة للمنطقة الشرقية، حيث توجد بنغازي ودرنا ومنطقة البيضاء والجبل الأخضر بصفة عامة، تظهر تقييمات الجفاف خلال الفترة من 2010 إلى 2024 أن حوالي 62% من منطقة البيضاء وشحات قد عانت من جفاف يتراوح بين المتوسط والشديد. وتلعب هذه المنطقة كونها واحدة من المناطق الزراعية المهمة في ليبيا دورا محوريا في إنتاج الغذاء على المستوى الوطني، فاستمرار الجفاف فيها يهدد المحاصيل الزراعية. ونتيجة لهذه الضغوط المناخية تتفاقم أزمة انعدام الأمن الغذائي مع انخفاض الإنتاج المحلي وزيادة الاعتماد. أما بالنسبة للمنطقة الجنوبية، وسنتحدث عن مرزق وسبها ومنطقة وادي الشاطئ، حيث تظهر بيانات درجات حرارة الأرض لعام 2024 موجات حر شديدة تجتاح المنطقة، حيث تتراوح من حوالي 24.5 درجة مئوية في أبرد المناطق، وهي ملونة في الخريطة باللون الأزرق، إلى أكثر من 56 درجة مئوية في أكثرها حرارة الملونة باللون الأحمر، وهذا بطبيعة الحال في فترات الصيف. وتسجل المناطق الجنوبية بانتظام متوسط درجات حرارة سنوية تتجاوز 45 درجة مئوية، مع وصول ذروتها في الصيف إلى أكثر من 50 درجة مئوية. ننتقل إلى المنطقة الجنوبية، أقصى الجنوب الغربي في ليبيا، منطقة على الحدود مع الجزائر والنيجر، وحيث تؤدي موجات الجفاف المتلاحقة والحر الشديدة التي تضرب منطقة غات إلى تقليص خيارات السكان الذين يعتمدون على الزراعة أو الرعي في كسب رزقهم. ومع جفاف هذه المصادر الحيوية تضيق سبل توليد الدخل، مما يدفع بالمزيد من الأسر نحو الفقر ويرفع من خطر انتشار سوء التغذية بين الناس، وهذا يؤدي بدوره إلى النزوح الداخلي والهجرة. أما فيما يخص أقصى الجنوب الشرقي، فهناك منطقة الكفرة قريبة من الحدود السودانية والتشادية في أقصى الجنوب، تكشف بيانات الأقمار الصناعية ومؤشرات الجفاف عن ظروف جفاف شديدة إلى بالغة يشار إليها باللونين الأحمر والأسود على الخريطة. وتعاني هذه المناطق من إجهاد نباتي حرج، مما يهدد إنتاج الحبوب وتوفر العلف للماشية. هناك حقيقة تبعات محتملة لتغير المناخ، فهذه بطبيعة الحال ستؤدي إلى انخفاض المحاصيل والثروة الحيوانية، مما يؤدي إلى انعدام الأمن الغذائي وفقدان سبل العيش وزيادة الضغط على موارد المياه والتربة، وأيضا يؤدي إلى صعوبة التكيف في المناطق النائية بسبب نقص البنية التحتية وعدم الوصول إلى الأسواق، مما يزيد تأثير الجفاف. وسيؤدي أيضا إلى نفوق الماشية بسبب موجات الجفاف والحر، وهذا يدفع المربين إلى تبني استراتيجيات سلبية منها ترك المهنة والهجرة، وأيضا ارتفاع الأسعار وتزايد مخاطر التضخم. حقيقة هناك دراسات قامت بها منظمة الهجرة الدولية لدينا، وهي هناك حقيقة ربما 4 دراسات تتمثل في تغير المناخ والأمن الغذائي والهجرة، وأيضا هناك دراسة عن الحلول ومؤشرات النقل في ليبيا، وأيضا هناك أيضا تقرير حقيقة عن جاهزية واستعداد البلدي للكوارث والمخاطر، وأخيرا الهجرة والبيئة وأيضا تغير المناخ في ليبيا. أشكركم على حسن الانتباه، وأتمنى لكم حقيقة يوما طيبا ودمتم بسلام.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. It was very interesting to hear about the context. Excuse me, if you can mute your microphone, otherwise there's an echo. Can you mute your microphone? Honorable Minister? Okay. So thanks so much for sharing the experience from Libya with the many challenges that the country context is facing, in particular also in relation to food insecurity, but also water scarcity and other impacts of droughts, and how some of the tools, including using remote sensing, can inform national preparedness, responses and adaptation planning. With that, I would like to now move here to the room, to our speakers here. I'll have next Dr. Raya Mohammed Khadim from the Republic of Iraq, who will talk to us about mapping climate risk and mobility. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you for having me here, along with our colleagues from Egypt and Libya, although virtually. Thank you for IOM for preparing this session. Actually, it's a very important issue, the human mobility, and Iraq witnesses that issue strongly. Iraq already feeling the impacts of climate change, just like the other countries in the region, from prolonged droughts to water scarcity, desertification, drop in precipitation percentage, and other impacts that affected people and their livelihoods. These impacts hit farmers, pastoralism, and fishers, and many other people, their livelihoods. So we observe many types of human mobility in Iraq, from this internal displacement to short or long-term displacement due to the increasing impacts of the climate risks. And also, these impacts can be seen, especially in the central and southern regions of Iraq, who are mostly vulnerable to climate change, and also in terms of flood-related displacement, we can see that in the northern region, the KRG or Kurdistan region. Labor migration also can be seen due to lack of livelihoods in the drought-affected areas. Also, the trapped population can be seen in the marshlands, especially And let me here just to highlight something very important about marshlands in Iraq. It's a very unique region in Iraq. It's dated back to thousands of years ago. People use boats to move in the area because it's all water. It's pretty much like Venice in Italy. So they use the boats to move, which is called mashhouf in the local language. And actually, the build of this boat is the same as used to be thousands of years ago, and that was mentioned in the clay plates that was found with the ruins. That's show and also they depend on ecosystem services in their livelihoods, which means when that ecosystem affected by climate change, their livelihoods will be affected surely. They they live on fishing, breeding. The Iraqi buffalo depend on the dairy products from these buffaloes. They even made their houses out of reeds, which are grown naturally in the area. And all that affected by drought, that's how important that we should focus on those group of people, the marshland people. We always try to highlight this very important group. Also pastoralism, the pastoralism communities change their migration routes due to lack of water and lack of pastoralism, which they depend on their, in their livelihoods. That's how we affected by climate change, and that's drive people to continuously move from, especially from rural areas to nearby towns. Actually, to address that very important issue, which is the human mobility, we are working now on our national adaptation plan. And a very important part of it, which will be a standalone chapter, is the human mobility, which we are working on right now because we are still in the formulation process of our NAP. Our colleagues and our partners from IOM Iraq are cooperating with us on writing this very important chapter, which will include a national plan for the people who are displaced due to climate change. Actually, we also developed a very important document, which is Climate Vulnerability Index, which on the governorates level, which show the vulnerability of each governorate to all the factors of the climate change, and where are the places that have more displacement compared to others, and that can like direct the government on which places we should, who has the priority in action. We have our partners from international agencies. We have other ministries and other stakeholders, the NGOs also working with us, academia. All these partners are working, each giving his or participating with the strength point that he has. The government give the mandate and policies. UN agencies give their operational tools and also their expertise in the region. Academia maybe participate in methodologies and innovation. All these together working on that very important aspect, and we hope that soon we will finalize our national adaptation plan to be released formally, and we hope that the national community and the international funds help Iraq to implement this plan in the future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raya Kadim, for sharing also that interesting context of Iraq, looking at some of the sectors that are most affected, like fishery, agriculture, what that means both for internal displacement but also international migration, also including labor migration that can be an adaptation strategy but only under certain circumstances. And also the interesting example of the boats, or that traditional knowledge that is also quite an important topic here at the COP30, right? How can we build on this local knowledge on adaptation as well. Congratulations also on the work of on your NAP, that you will have the National Adaptation Plan with a specific chapter on human mobility. That's a great good practice. And then also working with different partners like academia, NGOs, and so on. So thanks a lot for sharing your experience. We'll now move to Tracy, who will share with us a bit more of a regional and continental focus and on cooperation. Please, Tracy.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you. And thank you to IOM for engaging us. I'm also with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and I'm happy that we are being engaged also to discuss mobility. This is a very important topic, especially for Africa and also for the MENA region. Just to say that, I was happy when I got this topic, because in most countries, African countries, issues of climate mobility, they're still at its infancy. And it's only now that most countries are trying to identify, do studies, identify hotspots, and also see how they can leverage or integrate issues of mobility into adaptation planning, and noting that adaptation is a priority for Africa. This is, something that we are really pushing for, to understand the dimensions of mobility. So my topic looks at how cooperation can strengthen climate mobility data. And we know that, right now we are at COP, and the main topic is on, one of the topic of interest is finance. And a lot of countries, developing countries or countries in transition, they need finance to respond to impacts of climate change. Same with mobility, if there's no cooperation, if there's no working together, it's hard for individual countries to really manage to put together finance or resources that can help them to have or manage to develop the needed data. So as such, countries need to work together, and this can help also that they, with the technical capacity, if we come together, and this can help with pulling enough funds, even expertise, that can lead to, more comprehensive and cost-effective data collection efforts. Also, cooperation facilitates development and adoption of common methodologies and standards for data collection. It is crucial that we harmonize, our data, and the different data standards, putting them together, harmonizing together, it can, avoid fragmentation, and also can avoid inconsistencies. Knowledge sharing, regional platforms can help with us to share knowledge. Like right now, I'm happy to hear what Iraq is doing. I'm happy to hear what Libya is doing. I'm from Botswana. We just started also with, identifying the hotspots for climate mobility. So it will be, it's usually good to understand what other countries are doing, and creating those platforms help us to put together, our different expertise, our understanding, and also there is ease of flow of information. Data quality and accessibility, working together, we can be able to leverage tools, for data platforms, high resolution climate modeling, this also, like I said, it also helps to make data more accessible. And also it brings together a diverse group of users in one area, from technical experts to local communities and policymakers. And we know that climate change, it can be, climate change impacts. If I'm in the SADC region of Africa, we share almost similar climate, the impacts. So different regions do share, and different regions at most of the time, we have similar, even mobility, whatever we have realized. I think the studies that we have done at the SADC level, because of one, economic challenges from across border, you find that a lot of people from Zimbabwe, Botswana move to South Africa, where we feel there are better opportunities. So at the same time, the agriculture sector, I'll keep on referring to my region, but I know it's almost also similar to other regions in Africa, even in the MENA region. Agriculture, you find that farmers are moving. They are relocating to areas where they know they can, especially the commercial farmers, where they know they can succeed quite well. So you find most farmers relocating from Zimbabwe to Zambia, where there are better opportunities, or even the economic situation in those countries are much better. And of course, at the local level, the farmers also there is evidence that they are moving, trying to relocate to areas that offer better opportunities for their farming. So there is need to address transboundary impacts, and working together will help us to collectively, ensure that we have adaptation plans that responds to the different impacts, from the different countries or from the different regions. And eventually this can help us to have adequate data. That cooperation trickle down to assisting or informing the data needed for adaptation planning. Inclusion of vulnerable groups, cooperative frameworks can help. I think we tend sometimes to leave out these groups, but if there is data sharing around vulnerable groups, this can help also to develop better adaptation plans that respond specifically to the needs of those vulnerable groups. Coordinated policy responses. There's need for our policies, to meet somewhere. There's need for the policies to agree at a certain point. And also this allows or discourages fragmented planning across borders. Attraction of direct finance. A unified voice can bring in finance that can, help us to channel enough or adequate resources towards adaptation. And political commitment, we always talk of political commitment. And, joint initiatives, shared goals, they can help build that political will, which can help us to ensure there is adaptation plans, though there are adaptation plans that responds to the need or that responds to mobility issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tracy, for highlighting the role of cooperation, also making the link to finance at the end of the day. It's all great to have a basis, but without the adequate funding, it's difficult to move forward. Also to highlight the importance of harmonizing certain tools and sharing the good practices, like the climate vulnerability assessment in Iraq that has been also replicated in other countries like Afghanistan, but also now many other African countries are also interested in doing the same, as it's a very informative tool. Also highlighting the issue of vulnerable groups. We see that here in many of the discussions. Sometimes migrants are mentioned, but not always. And also the importance, of course, of policy coherence. So with that, I would like to open the floor for any questions from the floor. I don't know if anyone here in the room, please. The mic. Do you mind, Elena, can you pass the mic over there?
Greetings, thanks you to the honorable panel. I am Ratania Dawi, I'm from Libya, and I am a law student, part of the British University delegation COP simulation. So I was the head of delegation of Libya at the simulation, and since we recognized displacement issues, heat waves, and predicted sea level rise, and most importantly, food security. Is there any initiatives that is taken by the Libyan government, specifically the Ministry of Environment, in regards to this topic? Because even the state of Libya has recorded one of the highest heats in the world. So I was wondering if there is international cooperations or ongoing initiatives at the moment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that question. Maybe we can collect another one. Sonia, please. Here.
Thank you. Maybe I come late. I didn't hear my sister from Iraq, I think, yeah? I didn't hear what, but my question will be leading to you, also my sister, because I'm from the Pan-African Parliament. Actually, I'm based in South Africa. You talk about the group. There's a group for the economic issues. So I want to ask, it's only regard to the southern region of the continent. You have any, partnership with the other regions of the continent, or you only work in the southern side, or the south region of the continent? This is my question to you, because actually, what you say, the information what you're gathering to us actually is very important information. Especially I'm working in the Pan-African Parliament. My office based there in South Africa, in Johannesburg, in Midrand. So what you're saying about is very important. We as MPs in Pan-African Parliament, we need this information. So I'm asking about the other regions. I'm come from the north. I'm from Libya, by the way. So I'm come from the north. But this information, what you're saying about, I will use it in our Pan-African Parliament. So my question is about, have you any partnership with the other regions or not? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I don't know if there's any other question here from the floor. Otherwise, we can maybe pass back to the Honourable Minister for the first question on Libya.
في الحقيقة ليبيا فقط انتهت للتو من من الخطة الوطنية للتكيف، تأخرنا كثيرا حقيقة، أكثر من 10 سنوات، وليبيا غائبة ربما عن ملف تغير المناخ. ويعني الخطة إلى هذه اللحظة حقيقة يعني لم تعتمد، انتهت من كتابتها وكل شيء، ولكن سنمررها إلى مجلس الوزراء للاعتماد. والخطة حقيقة شاملة وجيدة جدا. كنا نأمل حقيقة أن نقدمها حقيقة قبل قمة البرازيل، ولكن للأسف لم نتمكن من ذلك. كما ذكرت سابقا، حقيقة ملف تغير المناخ ملف شائك جدا وصعب جدا. ليبيا تدهورت فيها الأحوال من حيث ارتفاع درجات الحرارة، وأيضا شح الأمطار والجفاف والاستهلاك الجائر حقيقة ربما للمياه الغير متجددة. ليس لدينا أنهار في ليبيا ولا بحيرات للشرب أو لأي كان. حقيقة ليبيا من أسوأ الدول معاناة في ملف تغير المناخ. في الحقيقة لا توجد لدينا إلى هذه اللحظة مبادرات وطنية ربما لمجابهة يعني تذكر، أو شيء يعني ربما يكون موازي لهذا الموضوع الكبير. حقيقة نحتاج كما ذكرت الخطة إلى تمويل حقيقة ومساعدة من المجتمع الدولي للنهوض بملفات آثار تغير المناخ. بهذا الملف يعني أثر بصورة كبيرة على الهجرة، وأيضا يعني كان للهجرة أيضا تأثير سيء على وضع البيئة في ليبيا. ليبيا كما يعلم الجميع هي دولة عبور، ويعني نتيجة لما يجري في أواسط أفريقيا وجنوب الصحراء من مشاكل، ربما حروب أهلية، وربما آخرها ربما الحرب في دولة السودان، والتي أدت إلى نزوح مئات الآلاف من المواطنين. وبالتالي هذا شكل عبئا حقيقة على ميزانية الدولة، ويعني كما يقال زاد طين بلة بالنسبة لمحاولة يعني رفع المعاناة عن هؤلاء المهاجرين. كثير من المهاجرين يمكن نسميهم حقيقة نازحين كما في حالة السودان، ولكن أيضا هناك مهاجرون يعني يعتبرون ليبيا دولة عبور، وبالتالي هم يستمرون في الهجرة إلى الضفة الأخرى من البحر المتوسط. حقيقة الخطة الوطنية للتكيف سوف تشمل بعض من الجوانب التي نأمل أن تشكل نوعا من الصمود حقيقة تجاه هذا الملف الشائك. وأنا أعتقد بدون مساعدة المجتمع الدولي سنظل نعاني الكثير والكثير من آثار تغير المناخ. أشكركم جزيلا حقيقة. أتمنى أن أكون غطيت ولو قليلا فيما يخص يعني تغير المناخ وأثره على الهجرة في ليبيا. حياتي لكم.
Shukran. Thank you so much, Minister, for highlighting also some of the challenges surrounding the planning and policy coherence. If I can, Tracy, for the other question relating to the Southern African region.
Yes. Yes, there is an initiative by the UN Global Center for Climate Mobility. And with us, we received the support in Botswana to do a deep dive. The deep dive actually identify hotspots and mobility patterns, and the the ultimate expectation is the data collected will help inform the NDCs and adaptation plans. So the deep dives actually were born from the Africa Climate Mobility Initiative that is also, it's a partnership with the African Union. It was launched in 2021. So African countries are open to seek that partnership with the UN Center for Climate Mobility. Then they can be able to mobilize resources, then do the deep dive. So this is for, so far there are quite a number of countries that have done, and they can definitely help with your work at the Pan-African Parliament. And I can be able to help connect you. I'm happy also that we actually work with the Pan-Africa Parliament. We have an initiative where we engage through the Pan-Africa Climate Justice Alliance. We engage the parliamentarians. So we are always there at the I'm always there at the Pan-Africa Parliament. So we can be able to connect you in case you need any data, in case you need any information.
Thank you very much. Maybe also to add from our colleagues in IOM Libya that they're also doing a climate vulnerability assessment similar to the one in Iraq. If you can please mute your microphones online. I have one question, and maybe we can also see if there's more questions from the floor. For you, Dr. Harim, and also for Mr. Felfel from Egypt. We heard a lot about the work that you are doing, and I've also worked a lot with national statistical offices, and often what we see is, and I think a couple of speakers were alluding a bit to it, that the coordination among the different entities is not always easy, or there's maybe not a dedicated structure in place. And I know, for instance, in Egypt, the CAPMAS of the National Statistical Office actually looks at migration data analysis. So I don't know if you would like to share anything about that coordination, how you see that and how that is working. Maybe Dr. Khadim, if I pass you the floor first, and then Mr. Falfel, if you are still online and interested, happy to pass you the floor. So please.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. And I need to highlight very important point maybe my colleague here raised before me about data collection. Actually, one of the most important and strongest tools in any project is the data collection, and it's the very first step in every project. So having a robust database that is collected from different partners, different sectors, it is very important. We always call for having like a unified platform for on the national level, uniform and unified platform for database. It is a very important thing. We are trying to work on that. We need to have a nationally owned database that can be collected regularly and shared through all sectors with the cooperation from all the sectors, all the national, international partners, all the stakeholders that can participate in having that database. It is welcomed. Actually, it is the first step to have like a good planning then have a good project to be implemented on the ground. It is very important to have we have a responsibility for the issue of human mobility, which we all affected, all the communities affected by climate related human mobility. We have a responsibility of acting with dignity and foresight, and having that database, nationally owned database, shared with all sectors, it is the first step to have transfer this responsibility to action. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for sharing that example. Mr. Felfel, if you're still online, would you like to come in on this question of coordination among different ministries and entities, or any of the other questions that were raised?
Yes, thank you. Actually, we are developing, excuse me, the sound is not clear, or something like echo. Maybe when one of the participants is using
we can hear you well.
Microphone. Okay. One of the initiatives that we are working in Egypt, is establishing like a national observatory on climate mobility. This is a multi-stakeholder effort and area of cooperation among different stakeholders and the main actors, including the Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics, the CAPMAS, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Planning and Economic Development, and also in a collaboration with some UN agencies, notably the IOM and UNDP, and also some academic institutions, including some universities in Egypt, are involved in this activity. The National Observatory on Climate Mobility, it would be like a permanent institutionalized platform to continuously collect, analyze, and disseminate data, moving from one-off studies to sustained monitoring, and also to play a role in integrating the data systems, as we aim to better link climate data from the Ministry of Water Resources, for example, and irrigation, and the migration and socioeconomic data from CAPMAS. This is one example of how we are thinking about the linkage between the two different sources of data. And also, this will enhance our capabilities for forecasting and scenario modeling. This also was implemented on a partially on some selected areas in the northern Egypt, on the coastal zone, to how to use the data we have, and we have how to plan to develop like predictive models to simulate the future impacts of climate change. And one of the aspects is the future migration patterns under different climate scenarios. What are the impacts on the coastal zone area, and including the impacts on agriculture sector, for example, and how would this have an impact for the migration patterns of farmers or households that are located in these areas. So this is one of the initiatives that we are working on a collaborative method in Egypt. Did you hear me?
Yes. I think there is a bit of an echo. We're trying to figure out where that comes from, but we could hear you very well. I don't know if you wanted to add something else.
Sorry, I didn't get the point.
No, just to say we could hear you very well, and if you want to add anything. maybe if you have to, if you can mute while I speak. Okay, no, just to say we heard you very well, but if you wanted to add anything else.
No, thank you. I just talked about the initiative or establishing the national mobility for climate data in Egypt, and just يعني, make some clarifications about how this collaboration is going on among the different stakeholders in Egypt, and also with the other stakeholders from international organizations, including the UN agencies.
Thank you very much. And if from the Ministry of Environment in Libya, can you please mute? Sorry, just from the Ministry of Environment, can you please mute yourself? Because otherwise we hear an echo. I think it's better now. I hope you can all hear us. So thanks a lot for sharing this example as well, Mr. Felfel. I don't know if there's any last questions or any further points you would like to raise. Then maybe just to quickly summarize, we heard a lot about the vulnerability of the Middle Eastern North African region. Many of the challenges you face in your countries are very similar, be droughts, desertification, but also floods, precipitation, heat waves. We've heard about a number of tools on data collection that can help be better informed, plan better, such as household surveys, the displacement tracking matrix, but also remote sensing, modeling, and maybe just to mention from our side as well, IOM also does some work on forecasting in Somalia, so looking at what is going to likely happen in terms of displacement due to droughts and floods in the next 3 months. We heard about different sectors that are very affected. Agriculture came up a lot, but also fisheries, the link to food insecurity, which is an important issue in the region, but also interesting experiences such as the use of traditional local knowledge that is very important in how we look at adaptation in the region and different countries, and then also looking at how to link policy coherence to funding, to how to access financial resources. From IOM side, we're working on climate mobility investment plans, and also in one of the discussions I heard Ghana, for instance, they looked at their national adaptation plan with an investment framework, and that is very useful and most likely to then also be implemented. And we heard some really interesting examples about interministerial coordination platform that is being established in Iraq, but also the National Observatory on Climate Mobility in Egypt. And maybe also just to come back to your question from the beginning on, what is some of the work that's being done at the policy level in African countries, and it started in the Eastern Horn of Africa, have developed the what we call the KDMEC, the Kampala Declaration on Migration, Environment, and Climate Change. It started in the East African region, but now it's being expanded to all of the African Union countries. And there's a lot of implementation going on at the national level. There's working groups, expert groups that really look at implementation, like in Djibouti. And then also in terms of data initiatives, the government of Denmark is funding a huge initiative in sub-Saharan Africa with a focus on climate mobility. So we know more, and I think what's also came out very strongly is that there's a number of tools that countries are using, and Tracy was alluding to the importance of sharing those experiences so that others can learn and replicate those. And there's a number that are already being replicated in other contexts, such as the climate vulnerability assessment that also now will be rolled out in Libya, but also other tools to know better and be better prepared so that we also reduce displacement and also other impacts that could happen from extreme events. With that, I would like to thank very much our panelists also online. Thanks so much for making this happen. Also to the colleagues here at the Africa Pavilion, we're very grateful that they are hosting us so that we could ensure interpretation and meaningful inclusion of all. Thanks to all of you here in person. I wish all of you success here at the COP. I know it's very straining and not an easy endeavor, but there's many lessons that we've heard that can feed into the discussions on adaptation, on climate finance, on just transition, linking to labor migration and the contribution of migrants. So with that, I thank you very much, and yeah, all the best to us.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ministers, ambassadors, colleagues, and partners. My name is Justin Prosper, and I'm from Seychelles, and I will be facilitating this initial part of this session. I would like to welcome you to this African Pavilion at COP30 for high-level dialogue on charting a resilient future for African island states and SIDS, accelerating climate finance and the blue economy. Today's session is jointly organized by the government of Guinea-Bissau and that of Seychelles, the African Island States Climate Commission, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. We would like to inform you that interpretation for both English and French is available. Excellencies, this dialogue comes at a pivotal moment for African island states, countries that are the front line of climate impacts, yet are also shaping some of the most innovative approaches to ocean governance, climate resilience, and blue economy development. Today we bring together the African island states ministers, regional institutions, climate funds, development partners, and SIDS leaders to highlight the growing momentum behind the island's driven solutions. This includes the Guinea-Bissau pathway for African island states adopted last month, which set a renewed agenda for regional coordination, institutional strengthening, and climate finance mobilization. We will also showcase the progress of the RES Island initiative, supported by the Green Climate Fund and implemented by UNECA, which is enhancing institutional capacity and risk governance across all AISCC member states. And importantly, we will present the regional co-investment platform for climate finance and the blue economy, the IACC next major flagship initiative to unlock scale investment for island priorities. This high-level dialogue aligns strongly with COP30 themes on adaptation, institutional capacity, climate finance, and the ocean agenda. Areas where African island states and SIDS are demonstrating leadership grounded in resilience, solidarity, and innovation. We thank you all for joining us and for your commitment to advancing the climate and development aspiration of African states and SIDS. With this, we'll now begin our opening segment. We kindly ask speakers to stick to the time agreed to be able to finish the dialogue in the next 90 minutes. Thank you very much. Let us begin with welcoming remarks. I invite our first speaker, Dr. Kusma Socheng, who is the Director for Food Security and Natural Resources Division with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Dr. Kusmas.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great privilege to welcome all of you to this high-level dialogue. Let me begin by recognizing the leadership of the African Island States Commission, chaired by the Republic of Seychelles, and its Vice Chair, Guinea-Bissau, as well as our partner governments here today. I also wish to extend our utmost appreciation to our other partners, including the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, SAFE, and sister UN agencies. As you've heard, this section seeks to focus attention on the island states and the challenges that they face in confronting climate change and to explore how we can come together and collectively accelerate efforts towards addressing those challenges. The UN Economic Commission for Africa is extremely proud of our partnership with the African island states through the RESIS Islands Initiative. Funded by the Green Climate Fund, the RESIS Islands Initiative is a pioneering readiness program. It seeks to strengthen institutional and technical capacities to manage climate risks, to enhance access to climate finance, and to promote locally led, socially inclusive resilience across all 9 member states of the African Island States Climate Commission. Today, we present the African Island States Regional Co-Investment Platform for Climate Finance and Blue Economy. This initiative is designed to mobilize predictable finance, strengthen project pipelines, and support multi-country programs. We will also focus attention on advancing implementation of the Guinea-Bissau pathway. As the island states understand better than most, timely investment in climate action is not just vital to meeting the global climate agenda, it is critical to building resilience, inclusive development, and long-term prosperity. Indeed, evidence shows that investment in adaptation and resilience consistently deliver high returns. We must therefore treat climate investment not as a physical or financial burden or as a cost to defer, but as the most urgent and high return growth opportunity of our time. The UN Economic Commission for Africa reiterates our unwavering commitment to continue working with and to support African island states, and indeed all the seeds in translating resilient strategies into concrete climate and development outcomes through evidence-based policy making and implementation, regional cooperation, and access to innovative financing solutions. I thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Kusmas for your opening statement and for the commitment of UNICA to the seeds and with also stating the importance and support for adaptation and funding. I would now like to invite Dr. James Kiangi, the coordinator of ClimDev Africa, Special Fund, the African Development Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Again, let me add the voice of the African Development Bank to that of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Both these two institutions have been very instrumental in working and supporting Seychelles in leading the process of developing the Islands Commission, and we're very pleased, Guinea-Bissau, for also agreeing to deputize the chair of the commission. We are excited to work with you. We are in the process, and we will soon be ready to receive ideas and dialogue from you on your work plan and how we can assist your work plan moving forward. Again, thank you for recognizing that this is a gap in the existing adaptation portfolio and in the discussions here at the Climate COP. I think the issues of small island developing states have been peculiar in their own sense, and I think within the wider context of the discussions on the facilities that are available to support countries to adapt to climate change and also to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change, I think it has been more often than not that the needs of the island states sort of take a back seat. So we're excited to see this initiative come forward. We're excited to see its regional approach, bringing together all the island states. And we are happy going forward together with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to work with you. To just mention that as the bank, we are preparing for this eventuality. So we have actually been developing a strategy of how we are going to work with the island states. And this strategy is actually going to be mainstreamed into our broader portfolio so that it becomes part of the way in which we engage and work with the island states. I think right now the strategy is under consideration by our senior management, and as soon as it is approved, it will form the basis for us to work together. But let me mention just 3 or 4 things that underpin this strategy. One is the climate resilience. So we are looking through this strategy how we will provide technical assistance to help small island states adapt to the impacts of climate change. The second one is the element of sustainable development, which is very important. We will be looking as to how the bank can support projects that foster sustainable development, including in sectors like agriculture and fisheries, which are crucial for food security, but also for economic stability in island states. Third, the FDB is not necessarily waiting for that strategy to be approved. So we are already starting to allocate some funding. For example, we have allocated close to 6 million to a project that will support Sao Tome and Principe to enhance its agriculture and fisheries sectors against climate shocks. We have also approved a project, I think $3.5 million that will help the Comoros to deal with the negative impacts of climate. We have actually approved 2 projects for Madagascar, one for $9 million and one for $4 million, so that makes a total of $13 million that will help them to deal with the impacts of climate, and we will do more as our strategy becomes operational. Lastly, the capacity building. We are ready to work with the small island states to ensure that you have a strong capacity to access international climate finance, and also to work with you to develop your capacity to mobilize additional local finance to complement and blend with international climate finance. And so with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, let me say thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kiange. And again, thanks for the support that the FDB is providing to states with the funding of projects, and also with emphasis on the capacity building. On now to invite Dr. Samuel Ogala, the Climate Change Coordinator of the African Union Commission.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Coordinator. Excellencies, ministers from the small island developing states from the AU member states, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, bring you greetings from the African Union Commission. Director Cosmos, Dr. Cosmos from UNECA, Dr. James from AFDB, my sister Catherine from GCF, who has been very supportive also on this journey. Also want to join the other previous speakers to welcome each and every one of us to this very important meeting happening at the African Pavilion here in COP. I wish to extend our profound appreciation to this vital gathering, which is focused on strengthening the resilience of African islands and small island developing states, the SIDS, in facing the escalating crisis of climate change. And as you may know, the Africa Island Climate Commission was established by the African Union. It's one of the 3 that were established The second is the Congo Basin Climate Commission. And then we have the third, which is the Sahel Climate Commission. So these three climate commissions were established by the African Union and endorsed by the Assembly. And so this deliberation comes at a time and a moment where we are moving and advancing the implementation of the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032, which also is being advanced under the Claim Dev Africa. And it's advancing our collective vision of the AU Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. The African island states and seats are in the front line on struggles against climate change. They face acute vulnerabilities from rising sea levels and extreme weathers to ocean degradation and constrained resources. Yet, these nations are wellsprings of innovation and leadership on adaptation, resilience, and blue economy. Their voices, priorities, and life experiences must be at the heart of the global and continental responses. The African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022 to 2032 is a clear call for a coordinated approach across Africa, aiming to ensure that no state is left behind. Central to the strategies are commitments to foster resilient development pathways for all member states, including the unique need of the small island and seed nations. To mobilize, secondly, and leverage climate finance at scale with target actions to increase access to island states that are too often struggling with the complexity of existing climate finance mechanisms. 3, prioritize the sustainability of oceans, marine resources, and coastal economies, recognizing the centrality of the blue economy to the prosperity and the stability of the island states. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there can be no resilient Africa future without a robust foundation for climate finance. Despite the negligible contribution to the global emissions, the African island states and seats showed us a disproportionate share of climate impact. It's therefore imperative that international communities fulfill their commitment, simplify a fit-for-purpose financial instruments, and support loss and damage for our member states, especially the small island states and seats. The African Union is committed to championing this cause, working closely with all stakeholders, and crucially with our island states at the helm of it. Oceans are vital assets for Africa's development. Through the African Union Agenda 2063, we are committed to harnessing the blue economy, including fisheries, tourism, and marine renewable energies, for inclusive growth and climate resilience. This requires innovative partnership, digital transformation of the ocean economies, and technology transfer anchored on the principles of sustainability and equity. Island states have showcased exemplary model in this case. Excellencies, we urge our partners, both within Africa and globally, to join forces in strengthening regional platforms, promoting South-South cooperation, and building the capacity of African island states and seats to drive their own resilient futures. The African Union stands ready to support and amplify African solutions, invest in local leadership, and facilitate resource mobilization to realize the ambition of the African Union Agenda 2063. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, let us renew our commitment and determination to chart a prosperous, climate-resilient future for all African people, with African island states and seats taking their well-deserved place at the front line of global action. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel Ogala, for your opening remarks, wise words, and unwavering support from the African Union Commission. Thank you. I now invite His Excellency Ambassador Peter Thompson, United Nations Secretary General's Special Envoy for the Ocean, for opening remarks of this dialogue. Thank you.
These microphones hate me, but I think you can hear me clearly? Okay, good. So, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, representatives of African island states, colleagues and guests, all courtesies observed, and good afternoon. And hello. Long time no see. Nice to see friends in the audience. So it's a pleasure to join you today for this timely, high-level dialogue on charting a resilient future for African island states and for SIDS. I come from Fiji, so SIDS are dear to my heart. I commend the African Island States Climate Commission, the governments of Seychelles and Guinea-Bissau, and UNECA for convening us at this moment when the world needs island leadership more than ever. That's not a glib statement. We're at the front line of what is going on in the ocean. The ocean's health is declining. That is measurable. And so we're at the front line. We have to be the ones that bring that to the world's attention. African island states and SIDS, as I say, are on that front line. Their economies, their cultures and identities are deeply rooted in the ocean. Yet they're disproportionately affected by warming seas, coral loss, coastal erosion, intensifying storms, and disruptions to fisheries and livelihoods. I mean, look what happened in Jamaica with Cyclone Melissa. You know, it's set that country back for I don't know how many years, but we all suffer from that from time to time in the islands. We've got small countries, but these tropical cyclones are coming through with increasing frequency and increasing ferocity. So I was in Fiji last week at home, diving on reefs, you know, reefs that used to be just joy and wonder to behold, bleached. Hopefully will come back, but bleached at the moment. So African island states, they are also, as with all the other SIDS, sources of solutions. They're stewards of some of the world's most important marine ecosystems. Number one, we look after the ocean on behalf of the culprits being the people who are putting up all those anthropogenic greenhouse gases. But we're doing our best to safeguard the ocean on their behalf. And we are champions of the sustainable blue economy. Why? Because that is our future. That's, I think, very clear to us all now. And I was very pleased to be in Cameroon a few months ago at the Gulf of Guinea Sustainable Blue Ocean Conference, where West African countries committed strongly to sustainable ocean plans and management. And the African SIDS are also leaders, of course, as we know, in global ocean diplomacy. And through the Commission, they've built a unified platform that strengthens regional coordination and promotes one voice in global climate discussions. Together, we're stronger. The Res Islands Initiative, implemented by UNECA and the Commission and funded by GCF, is a powerful example of such leadership. By strengthening institutional capacity, risk governance, and the foundations of climate resilient development, Res Islands is helping ensure that African island states can access climate finance more effectively and translate this finance into tangible community-level resilience. Let's remember, that's where it's required, at the community level. I understand that today's dialogue is going to highlight two essential pillars for safeguarding our common future. Firstly, resilience in our communities, ecosystems, and economies. And secondly, in finance, the flows required to turn plans into action. The Regional Cooperation Investment Platform being presented today is an important step in that direction. It aims to unlock climate and sustainable blue economy finance at scale to strengthen institutional capacity and accelerate project pipelines across the region. Such collaboration is vital if we're going to close the chronic climate finance gap facing island states. As Ocean Envoy, I just want to emphasize that climate and ocean action are inseparable. It's very important because from what I understand, the current text of the outcome document does not include ocean. We've got many member states present here. Make sure you fix that before we leave COP30. The ocean has got to be prominent in the outcome document. Back in COP38, 28, in, where was that? Abu Dhabi, were we? I can't remember. It was AOSIS that insisted upon moving away from burning fossil fuels being in the outcome text. Prior to that, for 28 COPs on the climate, there was no mention of the green transition or moving away from burning fossil fuels. And it was AOSIS, the Small Island Developing States, that insisted on that. We insisted because we said we would not sign our death warrant by agreeing to an outcome text that did not include moving away from burning fossil fuels. If the ocean had one voice, if it had just one thing to say, it's got many things to say, but the lead thing it would say is stop burning fossil fuels. That's why I'm warming. That's why I'm acidifying. That's why I'm killing your coral reefs and rising sea levels and sending your fish away, because of those burning of fossil fuels. That's the ocean's voice. So to the representatives of development partners here today and the multilateral funds and the financial institutions, the message from SIDS is clear. Workable solutions exist. Our political will exists. What is needed now is scaled, predictable financing, delivered with speed and flexibility that our frontline communities so urgently require. Look, because there are so many government representatives here, I also want to mention the Blue NDC Challenge, because a lot of your countries have not yet put in their NDCs. Those that have, I'm pleased to see that about 60% of them mention ocean issues. But for the 100 or so that have not yet to do so, please include blue ocean issues, things like ocean acidification, things like mangrove protection, things like seagrass protection. Include that in your NDCs. That's what we mean by blue NDCs. There's a blue NDC challenge which Brazil and France lead, and 6 countries signed up to it during the current COP. So if you haven't done so, please have a look at that, because it's very important to SIDS. UNEA 7 is coming up in Nairobi. I'll be there in 2 weeks' time. We've got a lot of ocean and coral work coming up. Fiji, my country, has put forward a resolution on coral protection. Please support that. I know Kenya, Barbados, Palau have supported our resolution. So that's UNEA in Nairobi in 2 weeks' time. And then, of course, we've got Mombasa next year for the Our Ocean Conference, 16 to 18 of June, where a lot of these issues, finance will be central to it, will be present in the Our Ocean Conference. But most of all, I want to emphasize the fact that we need, at the current COP, to see the ocean more reflected at the big table up there where they're writing the text. You all have influence on that, so please use it. And Fiji, again, my country, has called in there for a dedicated agenda item on the ocean in future COPs. We've been promised this for years, but it hasn't occurred. It's needed. Why? This is why ocean doesn't get the attention it is required in the big room, because it's not an agenda item. So we need an agenda item. Please support that from the African SIDS. So best wishes for a productive dialogue today. The UN stands with African island states and all SIDS as we navigate these stormy seas together. We've got to be guided by science, by our solidarity, and by the sustainable future that intergenerational justice demands. Thank you very much. And apologies, I'm speaking at another thing where I was supposed to be at 2 o'clock, so I've got to run. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Ambassador Thompson. And also for pointing out the vulnerabilities, and also that we need to push on. I would now like to invite Sorry about that. Mr. Antonio Palazuelos Prieto to present the RES Island Initiative and the ACC Regional Co-Investment Platform. He is from UNICA and will also moderate the next panel. Mr. Antonio, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Director Justin. And it's a pleasure to be here. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ambassadors, thank you so much, colleagues, for all being here. We really appreciate your participation. So I'm going to be very brief because we are running a little bit late on the agenda. But I think it's important because this will set the scene for the panel discussion that is coming right after. So RES Island Initiative is a readiness project which is covering the 9 African island states to strengthen the institutional capacities of their members on climate risk management and resilience. So you can see here the 9 countries for those who may not be that familiar with the region. So it's the only commission institution that gathers these 9 member states all together. As you will see, there are 4 island states on the Atlantic and 5 on the Indian Ocean. So those are the members of the African Island State Climate Commission and also of the RES Islands project. As I say, it's implemented by the UN ECA together with the African Island State Climate Commission, Indian Ocean Commission, Early Warning for All Partnership, and the governments of the 9 countries. We are going to cover 4 objectives: capacity building, framework development, pipeline development, and knowledge sharing and learning. Some key activities we are in process of preparing because the project will cover from this year up to 2027 are the peer learning exchanges, including a knowledge management platform, the pipeline development, including proposals and concept notes, the toolkit and framework development for hazard and risk assessment. Then we have the data management with the web-based and the learning platform, and then decision-making, use cases, and institutional capacity building with training courses. As a key stakeholders, as it's a cross-cutting project, we are covering all the different ministries that deal with climate, then the specialized agencies, and we would like to target also the general population, vulnerable communities, and those more affected by the disasters and the climate hazards. As you may be aware, this is thanks to the agreement we had with the Green Climate Fund that was signed in March this year. And thanks to this agreement, we are now one of the UN agencies that are able to implement readiness project proposals. So the Regional Co-Investment Platform, and this is the key flagship initiative that comes out from a long process of consultation, which started at UNOC in the UN Ocean Conference. It went to the Finance for Development Conference, the Africa Climate Summit in Addis, and recently the Ministerial Conference in Guinea-Bissau. And it was included as one of the priorities in the Guinea-Bissau pathway for African island states. So I'm referring to the Regional Co-Investment Platform for Climate Finance and Blue Economy. We will bring an added value for a stronger regional and country ownership, coordination and efficiency, improve mobilization of finance, systemic approach in the governments, strengthen national climate finance units, and then transparency and accountability. So we are going to cover those different functions: strategic planning, pipeline development, capacity strengthening, policy alignment, finance mobilization, knowledge and data sharing. So I'm going to go quick because we don't have much time, but these are the focus area that was adopted on the Guinea-Bissau pathway as a priorities. So we have blue economy and ocean governance, climate, ocean biodiversity, finance, readiness and access, climate information, early warning systems and loss and damage. Then we have climate science, technology and innovation, green urban governance, community resilience, circular economy, and environmental conservation. As you can see, it's quite broad, and then it will be tailored to basically the priorities and the needs of each country. it will have two levels, the regional level and the national level. So at a regional level, the secretariat that will be hosted by the AISCC, by the Commission, and then at national level, we hosted at the NDAs together with the Climate Finance Unit that most of the African island states are now in process of creating, establishing in their ministries. Then UNICE as delivery partner. And then we count also on the accredited institutions that work with African island states, namely the African Development Bank, the Indian Ocean Commission, the other UN agencies, UNDP, UNEP, AFP, the different subregional banks, and so on, so we can go all together. As I say, the Commission brings a large set of activities where the countries can decide, and it basically acts as a basket, a co-investment fund, so it can, support investment from different mechanisms and institutions. And we are proposing these components for the first phase up to 2030, governance, institutional structuring and regional coordination, pipeline and investment readiness, then integrated monitoring, reporting and verification, data and knowledge systems, capacity building and partnership development, and then finance and co-investment mobilization. So far, we have 4 countries that has already endorsed the platform. I'm going to work with the remaining countries, so we expect towards the end of the year to have all the members of the ISCC engaged in this platform so that we can move forward into the operationalization. So this is in a nutshell the presentation to help you understanding how this would work. Okay, and so I really appreciate your attention, your interest in this topic. I think now, without further ado, we're going to move into the panel discussion because we are a bit behind a schedule. I know all of you are very busy. So for the panel, we're going to call. So unfortunately, the minister from Madagascar had to left for another engagement. But we have here the representative, Mr. Mohamed Said Kandasili, which is the DGD from Environment in Comoros, substituting the minister. So please, you can take a seat, s'il vous plaît, monsieur. On a aussi la Ambassador Tania Romualdo, which is the Cabo Verde permanent representative of the UN in New York. Please join us on the stage. We have also Ambassador Maria Antonieta Alves Lopez, which is also permanent representative to the African Union from Lopez de Alva and from Guinea-Bissau. Please join us. And then we have from Equatorial Guinea, Mr. Pedro Malabo, which is the UNF CCC national focal point. We have also more countries on the audience that will come later. We're going to have also a bit of time for interaction, but we're going to just starting from this. So now I'm going to call for his statement. Monsieur Mohamed Said Kandasil, vous avez la parole pour délivrer votre allocution au nom de Monsieur le ministre Aboubakar Ben Mahmoud de la Union des Comores. C'est à vous. Si vous voulez vous parler depuis... Est-ce qu'il a des microphones là-bas, non? Okay, merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation ici présents, chers partenaires, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi tout d'abord au nom de son Excellence Monsieur Aboubakar Ben Mahmoud, ministre de l'Environnement, chargé du tourisme de l'Union des Comores, d'exprimer notre profonde reconnaissance aux organisateurs de ce dialogue et de souligner son importance pour les États insulaires africains et les petits États insulaires en développement face à des vulnérabilités communes au changement climatique. Excellences, nos États insulaires africains et nos petits États insulaires en développement se trouvent aujourd'hui à un tournant décisif. La résilience climatique n'est plus une option, elle est une responsabilité collective, un impératif de survie, un défi pour transformer les économies vers un modèle plus durable, plus juste et plus prospère. Nous réaffirmons notre engagement à concrétiser les orientations de la déclaration de Bissau à travers une coopération accrue, une intégration renforcée et une solidarité entre États. Nous saluons également la collaboration étroite menée avec nos États membres, le Fonds vert pour le climat et l'appui technique précieux de la Commission économique des Nations unies pour l'Afrique qui contribue à une mise en œuvre harmonisée et ambitieuse de nos priorités communes. Cependant, nous avons urgemment besoin de solutions systémiques pour débloquer les ressources des fonds climatiques. Les procédures doivent être simplifiées et les financements accrus et prévisibles. Au niveau de l'Union des Comores, nous poursuivons notre engagement en alignement avec la vision de son Excellence le chef de l'État telle qu'énoncée dans la déclaration de Moroni en 2023. Avec l'appui du PNUE, nous mettons en œuvre des programmes SID flagship destinés à accompagner la transition de notre pays vers une économie bleue résolument durable. Par ailleurs, la révision de notre stratégie nationale de l'économie bleue progresse de manière structurée et d'ici début 2026, nous disposerons d'un cadre intégré de l'économie bleue durable, mettant l'accent sur le tourisme durable, la gestion communautaire de nos aires protégées et l'amélioration de la connectivité inter-îles. Pareillement, nous poursuivons nos efforts pour mobiliser des financements innovants pour appuyer nos ambitions en matière de pêche durable, d'aquaculture et d'infrastructures côtières résilientes. Excellence, en conjuguant nos efforts de Moroni à Pavilion jusqu'à Bissau, nous pouvons ensemble inscrire nos États insulaires sur la voie d'un avenir plus résilient, plus inclusif et résolument tourné vers la durabilité. L'initiative Raise Island et la plateforme régionale de co-investissement de ISIX sont des instruments stratégiques pour concrétiser cette vision. Nous appelons à leur opérationnalisation rapide et à un soutien technique et financier massif. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, messieurs les directeurs. On prend des notes de votre soutien et on remercie vraiment l'engagement de la Union des Comores. Comme vous savez, on a accompagné depuis longtemps votre travail, surtout sur l'économie bleue. Et quand les Comores étaient sur la présidence de la Union africaine, on avait hébergé la grande conférence de l'économie bleue au Moroni. Sur les sorties de cette déclaration, que c'est vraiment important. Et on vient aussi d'être récemment avec votre président à la sommet social mondial à Doha. Il a encore manifesté vraiment l'appui et l'engagement du Comore. Donc merci beaucoup encore une fois et Comore pour votre engagement. C'est vraiment apprécié. Et
Je vous en prie.
Okay, maintenant, j'ai le plaisir de passer la parole à Madame l'ambassadrice Tania Romualdo, qui est la représentante permanente du Cap-Vert aux Nations Unies à New York. Et, comme vous savez, le Cap-Vert aussi vraiment engagé en train d'appuyer la coordination de notre région, non, de la région EAIS. Ils viennent d'accueillir au mois de mai la réunion de haut niveau de cette art insulaire de EAIS. Donc, ça sera vraiment bien d'avoir votre allocution. Merci, madame. Thank you so much.
Merci. I'm going to speak in English.
Of course.
Excellencies, organizers, partners and friends. It is an honor to represent Cabo Verde at this important high-level dialogue along such a distinguished panel. I wish to thank UNECA, ICC, and all partner institutions for convening us around a shared commitment, securing a resilient and prosperous future for African island states and for the global SIDS family. For Cabo Verde, The urgency of this agenda is not theoretical. It is our reality. 3 months ago, the precursor of Hurricane Erin struck the island of Saint Vincent, bringing unprecedented wind, never before seen heavy rain and floods. In just 5 hours, the amount of rain exceeded by far the annual average. Last week, again, a very intense and out-of-season rainfall caused severe flooding on Santiago Island. The impact of both episodes reminds us, in a very painful way, of our vulnerability to the increasing intensity of climate-related disaster. We are also struggling with sea level rise. What small islands are facing is not an abstract projection, but the front line of the climate crisis, and it reinforces a central truth. No island state can confront these escalating risks alone. We need solutions that are regional, multilateral, and anchored in shared responsibility. Friends, allow me to highlight 3 points. 1. African island states share common structural constraints: high exposure to climate shock, narrow economic bases, elevated cost of capital, and very limited institutional capacity. This is why a regional approach, stronger South-South cooperation, and deeper peer learning among SIDS are indispensable. The ICC platform stands as a powerful illustration of how we can transform shared vulnerability into collective strength. 2, there is an urgent need for predictable, accessible, and adequate climate finance. The operationalization of the ICC regional co-investment platform is an important step towards correcting structural imbalances in access to climate finance and also enabling programmatic multi-country solutions tailored to our own realities. Cabo Verde welcomes the advances of the Resi Island Initiative, which was just presented by our moderator, Panazuelos, which is already helping countries to strengthen institutional capacity in areas such as risk governance and resilience systems. Third, the blue economy represents a strategic opportunity for sustainable development, job creation, innovation, and food security for our nations. But we can only unlock its full value with stronger institutions, robust partnership, and climate finance instruments that recognize the unique natural capital of island ocean states. Finally, Cabo Verde reiterates its strong support for the Guinea-Bissau pathway adopted last month, which articulates a shared vision for resilience, institutional strengthening, and coordinated action among African island states. At COP30, our voice as African islands and as SIDS must be coherent, ambitious, and influential within the global climate governance system. Cabo Verde stands ready to continue working with all island states, partners, and climate finance mechanisms to translate commitments into tangible, measurable outcomes for our communities, especially as climate events grow more frequent and more destructive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassadrice. We take note of the support of Cape Verde to the project, the platform, and also the implementation of the Guinea-Bissau pathway. Really appreciate. So thank you so much for all your engagement. And now I have the pleasure to hand over the floor to our next speaker, which is the ambassador from Guinea-Bissau and permanent representative to the African Union, who has been also adamant in supporting this African Island State Climate Commission in strengthening the region, and was also one of the key drivers of making a reality this ministerial conference that we organized in Guinea-Bissau some weeks ago, and that it was the event when finally we adopted this pathway that will help us to move forward. So thank you so much for all your commitment, and the floor is your Ambassador Maria Antonietta Dalves.
Thank you, Mr. Palazuelo. Thank you for giving me the floor. Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, Guinea-Bissau is honored to participate in this important discussion on the Resi Islands Initiative and the AISCC Regional Co-Investment Platform. We commend the African Island States Climate Commission and all partners for advancing a visionary and island-relevant approach for vulnerable islands and coastal nations. As low-lying coastal country with more than 80 islands, Guinea-Bissau is already experiencing the severe impacts of climate change. Coastal erosion, saltwater intrusion, resulting on loss of agricultural productivity, thus affecting food security. The recurrent floodings is also threatening not only the livelihood of our population, our communities, but our biodiversity as well, and the very foundation of our development. In addition, the limited access to reliable and affordable energy also continue to constrain economic opportunities and the resilience of our population. For these reasons, the Resi Islands Initiative represents for us a timely and strategic opportunity. It is an integrated approach combining decentralized renewable energy, Resi Islands infrastructure, digital solutions, and strong local capacity building directly responds to our national priorities. By supporting the transition towards clean and reliable energy system, this initiative can significantly enhance community resilience, improve service delivery, and stimulate socioeconomic transformation in a sustainable and inclusive manner. In parallel, the African Island States Climate Commission Regional Co-Investment Platform offers an essential mechanism to mobilize and align climate finance. For countries like Guinea-Bissau, where public resources are limited and the financing gap for climate action remains significant, such a platform is instrumental. It allows us to de-risk investments, leverage private capital, and accelerate the deployment of impactful projects that would otherwise remain out of reach. Behind the finance, the platform strengthens regional cooperation, enabling shared learning, coordinated implementation, and collective advocacy for the needs of African Island states, African islands, and coastal states. The regional solidarity is crucial given the cross-border nature of climate risks and the shared vulnerabilities of our nations. For us, in this line, we also call for implementation, for support from our partners for the implementation of Guinea-Bissau pathway for African Island States Climate Commission. Guinea-Bissau expresses its strong interest in engaging with both the Resi Islands Initiative and the African Island State Climate Commission Co-Investment Platform. We stand ready to collaborate with the member states, partners, and institutions to identify priority projects, align national strategies, and scale up solutions that deliver tangible resilience benefits on the ground. In closing, we reaffirm our conviction that sustainable energy, regional cooperation, and innovative financing are key pillars on climate resilient future. Guinea-Bissau looks forward to working together to advance this promising agenda to ensure sustainable livelihood of our community, of our island states, and to ensure that our communities can strive in face of climate change. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ambassador from Guinea-Bissau. We really appreciate your expression of support. I would like also to commend the leadership of Guinea-Bissau and acknowledge the acceptance of Guinea-Bissau as Vice President of the African Island State Climate Commission for the next 2 years, which really shows your engagement with the platform to support Seychelles in the presidency. Thank you so much. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Mr. Pedro Malabo, with the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change focal point in Equatorial Guinea, the Ministry of Environment, will be deliver his remarks, and also the importance of the SIDS community engagement and the support for Equatorial Guinea becoming a SIDS in the near future. So, la palabra es suya, don Pedro.
Merci, Monsieur Antonio, de m'avoir donné la parole. Je suis Pedro Malabonsene, je suis le point focal changement climatique de la Guinée équatoriale. Je suis maintenant pour représenter le ministre Dr Diosdado Biambomillo, qui ne pouvait pas être ici parce que à cause de ce sujet qu'il a eu au pays. Donc, je vais parler au nom de la Guinée équatoriale parce que, comme vous savez tout, Guinée équatoriale est un petit pays avec 28 km². Il y a deux côtés, il y a deux régions. Il y a une région insulaire qui a presque 2000 km² avec 6 îles. 6 îles situées dans la zone maritime de 380 km² et une partie continentale de 25 082 km². Mais les deux îles, les deux régions sont bordées avec une côte atlantique de 286 km. En raison de cette situation géographique complexe, son degré de vulnérabilité et vulnérabilité aux effets néfastes du changement climatique est très élevé. Cependant, son engagement dans la lutte contre le changement climatique est incontestable. Depuis l'accord de Paris, qui va faire 10 ans dans ce 2100, le pays s'est conformé à toutes les obligations climatiques visant à réduire le réchauffement climatique. Mesdames, Messieurs, la délégation de la Guinée équatoriale ici présente participe à ces dialogues de haut niveau avec la conviction que notre statut de pays insulaire africain sera pris en compte et que ce dialogue permettra notre voix d'être entendue par les institutions responsables. La Guinée équatoriale demande son adhésion au groupe des petits États insulaires de l'Afrique en développement, le PEIT. Excellent, madame. Comme vous le savez, la Guinée équatoriale est l'un des États insulaires d'Afrique. Mais ce fait n'est pas reconnu par la Convention des Nations Unies sur le changement climatique. Voilà pourquoi nous profitons de ces dialogues pour demander cette reconnaissance compte tenu de la situation territoriale de notre pays et de sa grande vulnérabilité aux effets des changements climatiques. Notre pays également est membre actif de la Commission climatique des États insulaires d'Afrique et l'initiative Rice Island, et nous souhaitons la plateforme régionale de co-inversion pour le financement climatique et l'économie bleue de l'État insulaire africain. Mesdames, Messieurs, distingués invités, il ne me reste plus que remercier toutes les personnes présentes à ce dialogue, dont la Guinée équatoriale espère qu'elles feront entendre leur voix en faveur de sa reconnaissance en tant que petit pays insulaire en développement. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Pedro Malabo, le point focal de la Convention des Nations Unies pour le changement climatique dans la Guinée équatoriale. And now, thank you all the panelists for being here with us. A special thanks for making the efforts for speaking not on your native language, especially for those of you who are not English or French speakers. We will make effort for next events to have also Portuguese and Spanish into these sessions. So we acknowledge the diversity of our region and the plurality. So thank you again once more. And now I have the pleasure, well, we can take back to your seats, please. And I have the pleasure to call for the next panel our director at the UN Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Cosmas Ochen, who will be moderating the next panel, which please bear with us because it's a very important panel with all the heads of the climate funds. So we really appreciate your participation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Antonio, and thank you to all our member states. Distinguished guests, we have now presented the Regional Co-Investment Platform, and you have heard from members of the African Island States Climate Commission. The next session, I know we are running out of time, but we are going to be very efficient with this. I'm hoping, because there are quite a few member states here, I'm hoping we'll have a few minutes to hear from you as well. But for the next 10 minutes, we are going to hear reflections from some of the strongest supporters to the island states, the Global Climate Fund. And we are very lucky to have some very strong champions for the island states with us today. Ms. Matilda, Deputy Executive Director of the Loss and Damage Fund. Catherine Kaufman, Africa Director, Green Climate Fund. Rolston Moe, Senior Climate Change Specialist, Global Environmental Fund. Nema Sharma, Lead for Resource Impact and Knowledge Adaptation Fund, Chitembo, Chunga, Head, Adaptation and Resilience, Climate Investment Fund, and I've not seen Ambassador Tim Hemmings. Oh, yes, and Ambassador Tim Hemmings, Special Envoy for SAIDS from the United Kingdom. You can sit here. You can take that seat. Yes. Thank you very much. So we'll get quick reflections from each of them, and then hopefully we'll have an opportunity to open this to you as well. I'll try to be very efficient with time. So I'll get started in just a second. So let me start with the Loss and Damage Fund, the newest fund on the block, if I may. Matilda, yeah. How can the African Island States Commission harness the upcoming window of the Loss and Damage Fund? What do you see as approaches and partnerships that may best position them to secure timely and predictable support from the fund?
Thank you very much. Thank you for also giving me the floor first and acknowledging, of course, the presence of my colleagues. It's very nice to see you around this panel. No, it was really important for us to participate in this discussion today, and it was, of course, enlightening to hear from the previous panel of what's happening on the ground, and to be reminded, as always, of the urgency and the emergency you are facing. This is the reason of our creation. You know about the story behind the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. It is mandated to finance solutions responding to economic and non-economic losses, the two dimensions of loss and damage, due to both extreme and slow onset events. And we know that for SIDS, and especially African small island development states, of course the two are important to your country context. The fund has been working very, very hard to come to operationalization after 2 years after its creation, and we have arrived here at COP30 with the good news that we are indeed able to launch our first call for funding requests under what is called the Barbados implementation modalities, because it was decided in the Barbados Island to launch this call for funding request. It's open for a 250 million USD window. It's grant funding, and it has to be country-led and country-owned. This is, of course, the spirit of all of us, the funds, the vertical climate funds, when we are saying that. But I think what is really important is for you to understand at your level, each country, that we need you to designate your focal point. You need you to start telling us with whom we should engage first to support the coordination of this discussion in your countries. So the key message is simple. I had 2 minutes, so it's really straightforward. We are open for business. All information about this call for proposal are available on our website, and we are, of course, here to answer all questions. I'll end up with a few other elements. First, the board has decided to reserve a minimum allocation of this call for funding request for LDCs and SEEDs, showing, of course, the importance of the solidarity to your specific context. And so maybe, yes, just get ready, reach out to us if you have any questions, and we'll be delighted to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, first of all, for making time for this and for sharing the available information with the member states. Thank you. Catherine, first of all, thank you so much for the support that the Green Climate Fund has provided to the island states, for being a true partner through the Racist Islands Initiative. Catherine Kaufman, I believe, does not need any introduction here. I think the Green Climate Fund has been quite supportive to the island states. So your question is probably much harder because you've already provided some kind of support. So how can the Green Climate Fund support the operationalization and scaling of the regional co-investment platform beyond the readiness? What opportunities do you see that may exist for programmatic, multi-country, or blue economy financing that could benefit the initiative? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think it works. Okay. Thank you very much. Firstly, it's just an honor to join you here today and discuss and I guess celebrate the launch of the platform. Its transformative mechanism is designed to move beyond what is project by project approaches to investment, and this regional investment ecosystem is aligning itself to the national priorities in the 9 countries with a shared vision for sustainable growth and resilience. From a GCF perspective, you mentioned readiness, and these are quite key pillars actually from a secretariat perspective for establishing the platform. The platform will have a regional governance hub that will coordinate investment pipelines and harmonize policies across the 9 states and establish monitoring frameworks for transparency. Very exciting for us is that it will ensure sustainability by strengthening NDAs and national entities to lead implementation through capacity building. So it's not just about finance, it's also about regional solidarity and leveraging economies of scale and creating a trusted space for co-investment. How we start is important, so readiness is very important. And through that we can support the operationalization of the secretariat of the platform. But for GCF, readiness goes beyond what I've mentioned around policy support and capacity building. Ultimately, it's intended to trigger catalyzation at scale. Also, we know that the blue economy offers transformative potential for the African island states, and it also provides an opportunity to develop blue carbon markets, sustainable livelihoods through fisheries and aquaculture, enhancing food security, and creating jobs, and of course, marine renewable energy, harnessing wind, wave and tidal energy for clean power generation. To mobilize these opportunities, you need available capital and the right type of funding instruments to support that. So beyond secretariat support, the purpose of readiness ultimately is to ignite and pave the way for scaling innovation and innovative financing models through strategic partnerships. The partnerships we're talking about are in the room today, and some of them are joining me on this panel. And they will drive programmatic approaches and participate in the investments based on their own strengths and their own capabilities and their own mandates to produce blended finance and risk instruments. So beyond GCF's grant funding, we also provide concessional instruments, loan instruments. We provide equity instruments. So we want to support the mobilization of private sector investment technically and financial capital. And we want to combine economies of scale to make sure that we can introduce regional guarantees and risk-sharing facilities to attract institutional investors. Issuing blue bonds, debt for nature swaps, regional investment facilities to unlock hopefully billions of co-financing. So lastly, we want platform to empower NDAs and accredited entities to lead implementation and ensure country ownership and alignment with NDCs and the Guinea-Bissau pathway. Through this programmatic financing, we're hoping that will catalyze initiatives that integrate adaptation, mitigation, and economic diversification, which will build and unlock new revenue streams, reducing debt burdens and fostering growth. So thank you very much. I wish I could say more, but we want to move the African island states into a paradigm shift from vulnerability to resilience, from isolation to regional solidarity. And the Green Climate Fund is ready to support and partner the regional platform to scale this vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kat. Thank you very much, first of all, for stressing the importance of the readiness support and packing the various elements of that readiness support, and then outlining in a very comprehensive manner the many ways that the Green Climate Fund can support the initiative. Very much appreciated. Adaptation Fund, Neha, in what ways could a regional multicultural approach for the African island states add value for the Adaptation Fund?
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you for having the Adaptation Fund here. It's always a pleasure to be sitting with our sister, our sibling funds here. One of the highlights for COP for me has definitely been meeting all the colleagues from all the other funds in addition to the countries that we serve. So the Adaptation Fund, for those who may not know, provides grant funding to developing countries. And recently, the country cap for grants that we provide has been increased from 20 million to 40 million. And none of the countries that are part of the Climate Commission have actually reached the cap, so we invite countries to submit more projects to us. We have 72 million at the moment in 8 of the 9 countries that are part of the Commission. This includes 5 single country projects, but also 5 regional projects, including projects on water transboundary cooperation, food security, disaster risk and resilience. In fact, we have a project in Mauritius and Seychelles, which is about coral reef restoration and ecosystem-based services. We're planning to visit this project in a few months, so we're quite excited to see it. And we invite the other funds in case they'd like to join us, because we know we have joint activities in these countries. I also wanted to highlight a few, answering your question on why regional. We think there's a lot of economies of scale and efficiencies brought about by regional projects that we're witnessing in the projects that we have in the region. So for example, just looking at the executing fees, it tends to be lower for regional projects. Instead of having separate country fees, there's one regional fees. One of the things I'd like to highlight is the importance of data sharing, particularly when it comes to coastal management and disaster risk and resilience. We're seeing a lot of open sharing of data in regional projects, less so in single country, and just a regional project makes it much easier. And that makes peer-to-peer learning and exchanges, which I saw as pillars of the activities that are going to be held by the Commission as well. So knowledge sharing, peer-to-peer exchanges, data sharing are all facilitated through regional projects. The other thing I wanted to mention in terms of regional versus country projects is that we don't have a cap on regional projects. So the country cap that I mentioned earlier, the regional projects lie outside of that cap. And so you can have country level projects up to 40 million, but then you can have numerous regional projects that you're a part of. We have other project windows that lie outside the country cap that include our focus on innovation and locally led adaptation. So I'll just keep it short in the interest of time and say that it's a really pleasure to be here, and we look forward to working with the other funds in this region.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's probably the best business case for a regional multi-country approach that I've had. Thank you for sharing that. Let's to the next lady, I think, Chitembo. So how can CIF support adaptation and resilience efforts in African island states?
Again, as my colleagues have mentioned, thank you so much for having us here. And we're very glad to see that some of the countries that the CIF has worked in its first generation climate resilience program are part of this. So that is very interesting to see Madagascar and Comoros. And I know Mozambique is not one of them, but we did make investments there. So we are coming with 17 years of experience driving adaptation and resilience and delivering it through a programmatic approach, having countries in the lead, working through ministries of finance or planning agencies as central entry points. So we are glad to announce that very soon we'll be launching a program which is capitalized about 120 million at the moment. So by the end of next year, we do invite countries to look out on our web page, and we'll be announcing the call for expression of interest. What do we intend to do from that program, having learned, having piloted, having tested innovations on how to undertake adaptation and resilience, is we want to turn climate risk into economic opportunity. We want to ensure that the investments that go into adaptation and or resilience in these seeds do help the countries to ground their economic growth and their economic development. So job creation is at the core of that. Sustainability of the economies, ensuring that their fiscal systems are vibrant and they are not being affected by the impacts of climate shocks. Those are the clear investments that we are going to be supporting. So tourism, agriculture, urban systems are going to be center of what we intend to support. We're also saying that how do we ensure we collaborate with partners, sisters? So seeing already that the GCF is on board in the island states, we do not intend to do what they have already worked on. We intend to scale up and build up on that. We do only work through the multilateral development banks, so African Development Bank, IBRD, EBRD in some of the African countries, and IFC are going to be very critical in implementing and supporting the seeds. But those are some of the areas that we see that we're going to support the island states to ensure that adaptation and resilience moves forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really wish we had more time. Thank you for that and for being very disciplined with the time. GEF, Ralston, how can African island states and states in general best position themselves to access resources under the next GEF cycle?
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, colleagues, excellencies, for inviting me and having me here. I'd like to build on some of the discussion which our fellow organizations, our sister funds has had. And the GEF is slightly unique in that, unlike our sister organizations, we also have other areas which we address: biodiversity, land degradation, international waters, chemicals, and waste. There's another key area. As the GEF is a family of funds, we have two funds which are specific for countries. The first one is the Least Developed Country Fund. And there are a couple of least developed countries within the cohort of African islands. The second one is the Special Climate Change Fund. Now that is just specifically for islands which are not LDCs, and it's the only fund in any multilateral institution that is only specifically for islands. And these provide an opportunity for islands in the region to specifically get funding which can then allow them to address their key activities, their key climate vulnerabilities, but also more specifically can be put together and can be put aside, for example, with the African Island States platform, the resilience building initiative activities which are occurring within the region. The second point I'd like to make is one where I think the region can collaborate and help and learn lessons from other regions. And GEF resources some of the South-South type of activities they could do. So for example, we now have this specific resilience facility, which has just been set up and just been capitalized, specifically for local adaptation designed by Pacific states for Pacific. Pacific SIDS. And there could be ways in which there could be South-South cooperation to understand what has happened there, what you guys are doing, and how you can benefit. I think that's a key element. I'd like to also build on something which one of the ambassadors from Cape Verde said, and that goes back to the South-South cooperation in that none of the islands can address these ongoing challenges by themselves. And the more collaboration and coordination which you have, the better it will be. The Jeff has the facility to do a lot of integrated approaches where you can integrate your biodiversity and your land degradation issues with your climate change resilient activities and have a bigger and better overall program. And you know, over these last couple of days, I've met lots of new people from new areas, and yesterday I met a new colleague, and it just goes to show I'm from an island and we're all the same, because they were telling me about their experiences elsewhere. They went to the Caribbean and found, hey, the food is the same, the people are the same, and I feel just at home here as I do at home in one of the African islands. So I think we need to work together better, and the Jeff, I think, can help to facilitate that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, first of all, for building on the previous submissions, for stressing peer-to-peer learning, and for your emphasis on South-South cooperation. Staying with the cooperation theme, Ambassador Hemmings, in what ways can the UK help strengthen regional coordination among the island states and support implementation of the Guinea-Bissau pathway?
Thank you, Cosmas, and good afternoon to everybody. I feel a bit like the baby brother, really, compared to all of these huge funds with all of their millions of dollars. But we do have in the UK a real passion for SIDS, and the fact we have a SIDS envoy shows exactly, and have had a SIDS envoy for a number of years, shows how important the matter is for us. We're running out of time, so I'll be very brief. I want to say three things. I mean, the first one is congratulations for the Resi Island Initiative. It's really great. Someone put it very well just now. You need, as SIDS, what you need is a national approach, because each of the countries is different. You need a regional approach, and you need a global approach. And that's something that's really, really important. Seen from the outside, this region can sometimes seem like the hardest to access, because, as we saw in the map earlier on, you're very geographically diverse. And bringing that to coming together in that way, I think, allows that conversation to happen much more naturally. So congratulations for this, and it's been really impressive to see the commitment from all of the ambassadors to taking that forward. So congratulations from us. Secondly, count on the UK for support. We will be publishing our new strategy for SIDS early next year. We've got one, but our new government will publish a new one. It won't necessarily be all about financing, but we're proud to play a role in many of the funds we've just heard from. But it will be about showing more partnership with SIDS, learning from you as well. You're at the front line of some of the issues that we face, particularly around climate change. So we need to partner on that. We've talked about access to finance, accessing some really difficult funds. It could be a real disadvantage for SIDS. We know the challenges you face. So using the voice that we have to try and reform those institutions, and it's great to see the movements are being made. And then thirdly, it'll be about growth, about economic growth, about sustainable blue economies. You guys have a massive advantage in that space, and we should try to make sure global systems can help you maximize that. So when that's published, we've invited many of your permanent representatives or representatives from your countries to a conference we're hosting in a place called Wilton Park outside London in January. It'll be great to talk about that in more detail. And then just finally, we've talked a lot about vulnerability, and that's absolutely right. You guys are at the forefront, particularly of things like sea level rise. That's absolutely a problem. But let's also look at the opportunities and the advantages that you have. So your economic zones, for example, are incredibly important. What you're doing on fisheries, your superpowers in those areas. So we really need to try and help you maximize those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your partnership, and thank you for reiterating the UK's continued partnership. Much appreciated. I really apologize for the lack of time, But the good news is we have just launched the initiative, so this is just the beginning of the conversation and the beginning of the interaction. So you should not feel cut off. This was just to give you a flavor of the initiative and bring the faces and of some of the partnerships. So I hope we can continue this conversation. I promised you that I would give at least an opportunity for some reflection. We've run out of time, but I'll keep my promise. So it's not a question, just a reflection. If one member state has one, please make it very brief, and then we'll be done. A reflection, not a question.
Thank you. I'm not going to put any question. I'm from Mauritius, and I was very happy to listen to our panelists, because I was thinking about, we've been talking about, we have narratives talking about our vulnerability and everything, but then where is the action? So I saw a bit of the action here in this panel, and I think to reinforce that action, the AISCC has a very important role to play. And that role relates to coordination, relates to having concerted discussions and advancing our positions as a group. We have our national realities, yes, but then there are many things that we can do regionally. So the AISCC has a very important role to play, and I was just thinking of how are we going to advance that, the way the AISCC is going to operate to ensure that the coordination is there. And I was just thinking about the possibility of having focal points, because communication seems to be a big issue. I'm sorry I'm discussing like family matter outside here, but these are the way how we are going to learn and improve. So probably designating focal points where AISCC can communicate directly. Sometimes communications get lost along the way, and that's quite unfortunate. So I'll stop here, but otherwise it was a very interesting panel. This one and the two previous ones too. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing that. And this is one big family, so all I can say is amen to that. Please join me in thanking our great panelists for sharing their time with us. I'll just now hand over to the facilitator, Justin, to take us through. I'll hand over to Justin anyway. They are exchanging glances that I can't read between the two of them. But thank you very much to our panelists.
Anyway, I would like just to, I know we're already late as it is, so I will not be going through the closing statement we have. Just to say thank you to all the panelists, to very fruitful discussions that we had, and of course, seeing the way forward. We've seen, we've spoken to the experts, spoken to the different country representatives, and also the various banks, if I can put the various funds, and the different supports that has been made available, and how to move forward, access those. So with that, I would like to thank you for attending, and thank you to coming to this session.